happened to me, Polly.
Order.
O God, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Maligalertiin ukiutartumiiquvasuutiqarat aatsiarmataaquligilertanginniaqqaaguning ayungittuneilitariautittilluteinu seriaujunu piyummisautauqattartuning luukiutartormiu ayunginninginning ilitariauquyakkaa ukiutartormiun Ilitariau lau mata pilerinenginnun avattilerinnermu qawisartilerinnermulutuktuiartuumi nunalingni silau asitjorpallianinganaquviassuutauli kamayiuyut mamisainermu qanuinginermun Hope House inuving mimiyu upigiyauli isimagiyaunanginnisorusi makkuktullu Quviassuutauli Inuktitut Youth River Miku Lirinermi Teikani Maqquni avektorsimaninginni yukan miunilu nunatsermilu ammalusorusi Inuktitut nunataaqasuarut auyunut pinasuartiit nunatsermili tariaulaumi yuqiyannaming kingullermilu neqitsaqartitiyumanermuun oqauserning atulertittivalleeyumanermu ilaqqusilerinermullu iqaluksuurviuqattartuni Happy's Landing nguneqartauyumi Fort McPherson mi taakkoi iqaluksuurtittaqattarmatai nungni nunalingni nunanganni tauvani ammalu ajuqunneersarta auqattarsuti iqaluleriyunnanermi pipsiliuqunnanermi glo upigiyaoleeqanaayattiartukulu itaakkua atuutaqallerimmata nunalingnu qanuitunneerpaalleruta uyunnarnermuun ikayuutauyunnanermullu inuuqatittinnequyannaming Minister uqausingin sivuleerti
Mr. Speaker.
Uqarti Anga ullulertuni pingasuni anikortuni Fort Smith mi aksoornartukkortitaujummarialuulaumata ulureasugalainnalersutiglu kappeasaariaunikun innuin ingmining kiksimaquyaulilaummata pangeersimaquyaulluta iglunginni nangmineriyanginni ammalunanituinnatte ulureaneriikkut ilingni paliisikkunnuteina tiguyaurluuyalaurtoquk iusiartualuulaurtu ulureanartuq asiuqattarsimangmigatta ulureaksaariauqattartunun peqayatausimayuni nunatsearmi taakkua inuusilimaaqaalungmu akturtausimaleqattarmata kiggatullugi minister inunatsiallug havamakungin sulittiarlunga sangiyummi ugguarneraning nagligillugi tusartittiyumayunga Fort Smith miuni ilagiyauyuning ilailaartukulungniklu inuyunneertoqarman iqqaamayaunginnaneartuun qauyumayuinnaugatta qanoq inuuqatigiiktu qanittuutigivangmangaata taimannailiortoqaraanga aliktortauyutitu inuuserpuuppiqattarmata aanertertauqattartuut pileriileraangami taimannaruluuyaaluuq amisuunersauqattarmata apeqqudiksain ammalu aktortausimayu ikayorsurtauyariaqarsuutiajornanginnilimaakkuun nunalingni Fort Smith mikayorsorpattigit sanginaqaqunarpusi aniguutiyunnaqunarpusi Okati kuili mayaka amisu palisikun nunat sermi kayo kartulautun. Ulugan nato alugaloti lugu Portsmouth mitay manim pingasokau yunayuluning. Malulugan nato miga kapesi unir akamata palisikun ikayo kasuksuting. Kuyali yaka tekolo ikayo katalautu ino katingining. Ammalutay ka na ikatay na siyong ulutay kayo ti ulutay watini. O kapti tukili ako nakaloak po tay may liulaw nangin. Ikayo suktaw yumayudak kako kang musuktay liko yabo ikayo taw yumanakaluting. Isumalirayita ka ma-Portsmouth mo no toka ngayon kayo tinuno takakayaw yun o makuktunuin na toka no ilagay tunulo. Tako ato inaw to tell you 24/7. Amalo ukala yun na to 867-872-0892. Amisuga sa ilutia singayan na tuloy ng may kayo tiyo yun na may yuto kasi nervyo yun na to. Pila katigay ng nertabo si ulirti yun malagalirting alo tabacha me. Ikayo sortaw na kulo inukuting ino naling alo yung nangin nilimako ko yun na may okapti. Ko yun na may si ulirti yung nagling na po no nalay force matmiman na yung si ulirti at hilo.
Mr. Speaker,
Okati.
years since COVID-19.
Makawakagog na si malang mating. Tay mga nitikitaw yolo lautiluta no bang natyo amo nunat siyami. Kawi malaw ngitiakata kano ako nitigin na mga kapiyaw yara kaumalang mga talone. Ang malukano sungiuti yun ng mga sulit ko siya mamakingim may yabot. Inu yun nirsi mayu kululaw mata 19 yun na termio ina to kailo kawi may itariyaw yulo asingilo pimariw yun yan nakatar si malute o kati akso nakatar nerto nanisi yun nang ninong nita kasi mangitun inuwang na yaming tamakwalo maliga karutaw lang ningin Tamakwa si Diyos si mata kapiyaw si malaksuta timivon unatarun narsisimang matatakoningan tememan uvakot ujok tu tsara kapurun ng minang aktok tuwi vale yung inata ay tu yung inata isumalong natuning anatulayar ako kamayiriyangan maligale o katalaw man teko maliktaw katatuin na lang alang mayo so katitaw si mayun ito kasi iyaw si mayun malikton sila tuyo na suya kami akata akikaya kasuin naklutalo delta mulo omicron mulo nubang nang juariyaw lato na sa kilaw si mayunite mga ni ukayak sa ngutilog o amisualo katalaw mataan nela katalaw tut nevi me katalaw tut tuwag na tu koving ni amaluino yun na katalaw tut piyo ng sanisa nakutik sa kakunang man pimakiyok ikagusong ni taman nanutango yun na mauwagot o doktor siya kakatugon. Tukasiyo mayun na ulakata piuso kakata lang alakatigo taman na ulukan ang nang pitakay na lang alang ninganing tanay kamayaw kulok taka o kati. Sibunik sa me kanoy leo tiksayo kau jigaw tiksay lo suleo kau siwala ang mata Canada limami ang ayok kariyaw yun o anak tulangan ang maon nanitoy na kanatami taman na COVID-19 adyo kang imate mga inusitin ni takuhatak si mayatining amalo pitakay na lang ayo alulak sunay sungihutin na suglutak kisiyani amalo maligakayaw yun at ako na ko nakaluakiluting. Amin sa mata tugak sa nubang nadyo ang motokangan na itoon. Takwa tortautuin na kain ang nakasugi aulaw si magalawang matatet sa manisakit au iyarew kaming. Tagbuon at sayin ng unjuk tutsyak ay kami yugo atuin nawngin na kaya kamingin ninubang nakyo ang moon. At ugak sa katsyak ay kang nakata COVID-19 moon. O kati Kawi si mag-atay, liti si malagsutalo, akigya katay na kaya kang nelang miyugo, kangatuin na, nunat siya miyon, kawi katak si magmata sa kitualo, yaka nga may ako nakalaw kay nalaw tu si bunagsangin nun. Tako, adyiga ikatakon ni so kalong mata nalo na kutawon, o bagultiyo yun nakatak kaya kang nato, ikayutik sa kaluta, o kati, Tamakwa kigla kaya kaunnerot inututitaw yun nerot exilo. Ato katao makakalawa may yavo, tuwavang nakunner jumikpan. Ambalo ikanayak vig, aba makun ni kiwi yun na kaya kamata kanoy leon na yun na kaya kasuting. Sakit ka nga minubang ng tiyo at ako yaw si mangitun. Te may matuin na ng mout pang nagsimaya kaya katugot. Sakit ka alak tunulo na ulukaya si utik sa yun ng miyonon. Kanoto utik sa kaluta. Sakit pala kataon ng mataman na. Ilang ako. Ima okalavik sa katut 811 may to avang natuning. Ato akauti kakataan na tuloy ng mo. To avang natuloy kasi kalak ko tayo kayo te kaluta luno na ling ni ang malulin na si malutay na ko tigiyavot. To kasi maya o katang na mata kaong iliho ta kakangaming. Kawasak tao katakun na nakakang na mayut. Ang malusok lo. Imang may aktak ko ni imang lukuni kawasak ko tik sa kamata. Nunang diyo lima may uno, ilita kayaw si mamakilang tumikingon lang may okati, ilita kayaw yaka katutako ikayo sortaw yun nakatay na kaya kang namata September 2020 ngutilugot sa mani at ausinaw law si mang may kanayang vita magkuning alimahalo kamayaw na sulaw si mayon. Te may matiliyaw si maningin, isulib katitaw law mata, te may ningano, kuya liyo malakita ka, inuyak so natuko katak si mayon, makunia kagong na kanayay na tuhaluluting. Tamagko kayo si yun na tuhalu si mang mata, o kati asidyak palya na lang mata, maligagasa, kayo mata ako yakaw kayo tataw miyon, suli sa punya taong inam na mata, na tulungan na mo, kanuingin ang mulo. Ilan niko ame ako si may nalangay sa mayo nalunang ning aning pang nagsimayo kayo si valengan nam nato si bunagsatin nun kayo mayo ay nakutin niya kaya ako ilang megata tuwang nato ko katigigon na nila o kata kaya kanaron nam na mayo katudya katigilo tayo lagi iglo tayo ako yun na may o kati Minister Housing Maligalerte yung kausingin. Maligalerte taba at moon.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Kaya na may kati. Ipaksaw nga taan pinaglugto ato alulaw mataan no natin Inuyon na ito kalaw man no natin Nun alilimang mute alima chat. Pangasi mayon kuya ulilaw mata 24 ni kakamaking ni. Ulo kaya na to kang ninga noon. Ipaksa isululo yalaw puta man na ipaksa ulukon. Inuyon nilaw man. Inulima Portsmouth moon. Kuya liyo mayak ka. Ikayok so kataw ti yung mga alo si magmata ino katingining. Teka ni ikayok so ti sa nilagaya minakaw yung mga kataw ti lo ang itulunin. Ama kape ng tuwalo kalaw ti lugo kape suktay lamakata kaya kalaw mata. O kati kuya liyong ang miyak ka si bulak pa ang katalaw ti ikayok ti ipalisik kulo. Ang umanasuin na lao mataak so natuko to alo kaming. Ammalu palisiuyo nunatermi angayuqarju ariaulauto ikayursutiammaring miyaka kanulima pilirilaumanaani sinasuksunitaitsuminga uluqaan artumi oqarti piluartumi sivulertiuyu eqartuivilleriyikkuarniartuleriyikkullu ministangin pilerisikautigiyualuulaumata tusortitautuaraming ammalu quyaliyumangmiyakka sivulertilimangi Fort Smith mimayangan angayoqanga South River kuallai katujakatiginginni ammalu Fort Smith mi allangayuin katimayinginni ammalu quyaliyumangmiyakka Inuleriyikkueq annartuleriyikkullu isimalleriyaqartittijuapiulaumata pinasuarusiununguani ammalu inu ikayurtaulluti aksuurnartukkuortitaulautun quyannamiingujusi ikayuqattaqasi angertauimayunga oqausiksakka oqaanigumalluit angertauimayu oqaanigumalluni agaartoqangimakayusilaurin
Lastly, Ms.
Kingulangmi oqarti nagligillaring neqarluguyuqarumangmiyunga ileertuarpiulauttuni ugguarnarman quyaliyunga anigormatamanna kisiani inuyunniarman inuqutikka tamarmineruartigiyakka quyaliyakka kappiasuktitauqattalausuti aniguutiyunnaruluuyalaumata ammalu uvagu katujeqatigiigunnarsilaoqatta ikayuqattautina suksuta inuuqatittinni tuavernartualuulaurtumi ammalu inuit allailu teimaa piuseqarmata ikayuqattautiinnanermi piuseqarmata amma qauyimayunga sanginersaulerluta aniguutinealermi yugoquyinami oqarti quyinami tuksiujauvallianginnalangayut nunali Fort Smith mi malagalirti oqausingin Cam Lake Moon quyinami oqarti atataga oqaqattalausimangman qamattiqattaquyilluni qaumangning uvaguut akitunarpaatteerni uumaqutinu akilertiuiqattaqatta 21 mi 38.2 cents ning akiliqattarmata ikaqqatamaa qaumaqqutiminu maqqutimинуллу aksuurnartumarialuuqattarmata ngumayunnarni akilerturiaqarninginnu tamakkua aksuurnarutaumataillaguut niuviaksaqartiuqattartuningaarsimaninginnuun ammaluneriuktugu inuqutigiyavuut amisororiakkannijaangimmata 2030 muun isimagilluginalautaartausimaningin ammalu 0.5% mikigligiarsimayuruluugalu akingiikaqqatamaang oqarti taakkuatakannayiaruvigit 112 million nginnimmata 5% mi akittuqaarsimayuaqqaagut amaang taakkua akittunersaavaalegut auqattarmata 2018 sivunani kinauye atortuksait 120 million inneqattalaumata akituyutiksai 60 million innimmata 27% innittuni atortauqattartuuqaanganitiammaring NTPC kut diesel mi atortailimannasugumalermingmata oqartiitamainnuangertaujumajunga uqausiksakka uqaanerumallugiit uqaanigumayu uqausiksamani agaartoqarngimmakayusilaurit quyinami oqarti Takwa pijuta uningin no NPC code. Ako ni uyumuto kaga kakayakapo kanaya te katerlo ti gloa kilasortaulo ti Canada o gava makung inon. Maligali ti itong iliriyang ilo tamay ni tako na te katakayakamata. Ino makuta kakayakamata kao makakayakagsutiglo kayo na may kate. Kayo na may malagali ti Cam Lake Moon. Maligali ti Hay River ni ganon. Kayo na may okati 1989 sibu na ane. Nuna vugaba makungin e kanaya tiyo nuna lito kaya miso kaya ko jaw na ang nakata ulaw si magalawang mata amalo e kanaya tita ko tao wala na suksuti kalunangong na sa jumi yuning tako o kasi ulaw yung mata pijut tao ning isuga may pingotit tao na sulaw ng mga kawya mayaw ngiti ang mata ay maka nuna lito kay kaya iya ka mata kay gawa makunay kanaya kalunangulo akatang ningin nun ay maka adjigay ngituguti yun na pijut kami yun alay nun alito kahit average yung ngungin na katao yun. Makuakuluya yung kasi kalunaw yung tunay atok tao katak tuway mau tao katang mata. Kigatok tao ngilo asutiglo amis yung ngilo katang mata nun alito kahit 2014 may kanaya tigsak si Otit. Ayaw niya sa ibalelo te kanaya titi umalilaw mata. Kanayak ta ka sa bigsay sa katitaw galaw mata gateway ng nakataw yun nung natsagaba makungin ni ayong iningin kanuili ako tigsay pang nauteo kate kanu to inalo ato akayaw yung kasalo ya sa Diyos tawag alo akangata tiliyaw ngito ako tayo kasi mayo kalaking ngito akat. Ami sa ukayak tao yung manangin na kalunangong ngito kanayak tiin. Asi diyok tao tiyangin mata. At wagaliw lang ako dito kasi natsiyaka akaman. Ulumi uyok. Maka ito kasi natsiyaka ko ti. Tiki yun naksakatang na kalwate ko kalunangong ito na kanayak te kang naksaw yun na nung nagsaga ba makungin niyo katiyo ka apik ko tigigala na amayak ka ta magkawate ako na magsigpan kayo na may malagalaw tayo kausing hiday chomon kayo na may okati mikiyang nervik isulip pala lang mingman taman na kay makunag iuning na manalo at siya lang mayong. Kino yale ko tao yun ang ninginita ko nagluta amang ninuilag sayang niglo. Kino yale ko tao yun natuning. Amisuga sa ako kataktuk sa uyug alwat. Nuilag sayait, amilit, mayoy. Amisuyo na pala ako yay natuksaw ilutik. Amalo, ingak ajutik saya atok tao katang mata, sikitukot. Amalo, pekote akitok paleto inang nangin ayong nang si paleto inalagiloti ilaksanik tao katakon nang nangin sikitun. Amalo, aming ning nikotik sa kakalawa kang may akikito katang nangin nun. Tako sikitukot. Sikituk ta ako nang ito ako te ayong nakatama mikigayang na ako nang namon. Amalo. Iman na mikigayat ya katakon nang kinaw nang mo at utilim makalong man amalo pilirikaw nang mon ilitak siluta kataman taman na pip makalong man inukot itin noon nunaling nulo kinaw yaleo tao kadyo kataman tay may ning anon ullumi tunga ve katta tuina lagata ayosatu siutini kava makkuningaatuning ima angayang nautau valleatuina lersuti imelugo matuina utau lersuti mikige aunna kattalarsi mayugaload ayulak palleatuina matakina yaliuti aunarni aksuarnartuni apeqotigigeallag nermiyakka oqarti quinaming Quinami malagalerti dechomon malagalerti oqasingin great slave mon Quinami oqarti ilitariya oquyakka kanatami pinerluk toqartilu ikayurti oqattartu unnunatsermi kanatami nunartuarmilu Canada Red Cross kusanningayuli aupartuming ikayurti oqattarmata nunartuarlimami Teikualu katujaqatigi juangin amalu 292 katujaqatigi inguyu Red Cross kui kayo hattarmata nanituin na tiang parnak sima titi valliana suksuti aner sima yuning una tartunig luni Canada milo Canada ulu sila taani ayung iterluti aulati yunnareaqarmata ikayorunarniarmata tungav iunnerpaater yauqattarsimaqmata 2022 miammaluaqaaguni anigusaartuni nunatiap kavamakkungin kayusivallianing inni tuavernartulerilluti aanneernarjuarmulluti kitausimalluti Red Cross ko aupaluktuni sanningayuli kayuinnarmata silaulu asijorpalleaning anullunin nuvangnarjualerin mullunin pilirining inni Red Cross ko aupaluktumi sanningayuli teimangaayirunnirsattau qattainnariaqasungong mingmata tako Red Cross ko Pipila katakain ng ming mata nun ang juali mami niksalir si makatasiti imalarin ang mo nikik sa katiti ng mo tuwang natulirin ang mo nanituin natin Red Cross ko kuyali yumayunun at siya gawa makungin ni pivik sa katitaw ng inon $50,000 nito niyaw lao mata at ugaksang ining ang malokati Takwa asingin no tao nalakagiyaw yun ay tuniyaw yuk sa mau tao lao mata tuniyaw lao mayon amalu 2 million nginin elerto kinaw yay tuniyaw si mayo ikayo tiksaw ng mga paluktumisan ni ngayo lagayik ko ikayo tingin nun ikayo tao yun ay natuwa uti piyo si valer niyo sa tuwin ng mata amalu amisaw pala niyo sa tuwin ng mata ikayo tao katakalit Amalu atu takallaring nertu pitakakamaring ner matao paluktumisan ni ngayon lagayik ko kayo na may okate. Malagalerte ako yun na may malagalerte ako singin. Malagalerte frame lake moon. Kayo na may okate. Ulumi piya kaya ito yun na o sa kakain na humayong ay lagay tuwaping ning. Ikayot tao kataka katut nutakalit ang malaw nasa tao katalang awalulilaw mata makwa uigiyaw yun ay pakipalaw to abitaka ngaming ana-anaw yun akilang tao na sa katangman kitong nga kakatigiya kalwami nun akahutam akilang to kataka katitaw sa mata surlo katuibikod Nuta kami nun. Akili katang ikalwa nga ta kanuiliyaw ka na kataktuya ng mata. Tako apakutigilaw takaw kautiyaw law ito nga. Manaw yun nasa ikan na hon nakatasungong ito. Asijir tao yun ng mga ta. Akilang to kataka katang ito nga kiyami nun. Inudyutik side. Ikatuhibikor lutikisihan iubalonin. Atili uti tao katakun nakuti. Atili ako nakpot. Maligartigu maligaleriau si magaluarsut eqqartuivikkunnuun asijirtau qattarunnangillutормing mataaqautama kiinauyaituniau qattariaqartu anaanau yumoorajuktuut qitungaliarnersaugayyungma anaanauyu nallituinnanginila eqqartuivikkuutiliausimayunnarmata akilertuiqattariaqarner taakkuali avittaraanga me angayoqaariaujut atusikautigiyariaqartuiyaarigaloarakkiin ammalu maligaleriujunun ammalu ikajortiuqattartunu avippallealermiyuning imaang naasaiaqarlunilluunni January 1, 2020 mi tukisimayakuteinna iqanayaalliugaluasilipigiartittisimangimman Utattain ako nang ikaluamata eqqartuivikku ayuinnaanginnartitau yualuulaqattarmata apekut igigiallang nertakkaaquyunami malagalerti Mount Fremont quyunami oqarti makkuktuni angutini oqausaqakainnarniartunga oqausikisakkani malagalerti ullunga tiguyausimaqattartuning Oqarti qauyimayugut inuvangimmata peqayautsautigilutin ammalu ingmining aulattiyunnaqaluarmata piunersautittivalaungikkaluaqattala ileqqusit oqariattinni allaulluta inuullutalu Eqqasugiaqaqaluaqatta qanuikayuqattautingaarunnarmangaata inuqutittinning ta aqqaagugasaalungnillu peqayatauqattarnikuulluta qallunaanut oqartuqalaummat amisut innatuqait aaneanerminik ilumiutaqainnaquyautuinnaqattayungmata ammalu oqarunnariaqaqaluartuut ima mamisareursalluutting takkua aksuruuta utiariaqarmata oqarti qauyimayunga inuqutigiyavu amisuungittuugaluat kisiani isumaaluutigigakku makkuktu angutikkullu inunalituqain ikayurtiqangimmata akaungiliutili apiugaluartillugin Takko oqausiuquyammaqialugilertakka tiguyau yukkulutuinnauqattaqunginnermuun ammaluisumaaluutigillugi oqarti tiguyauqattarmataangutti qallunaangungittuut ammalu ikayursortaungiluaqattarmata tiguyaugaluaraangami ammattauisumaaluutiqarmigama oqarti Ikayursortauqattariaqaqaluarmata quarsaarnartukkuursimanermini malikluting ayungitiariaqaqaluarmata ikayurtiutitauyut tukisialluti quarsaarnarnermi atorsimayanginning ikayurasuktani ammalu amisuuyunneereallaksimayuugaluannunalitoqayangutit tiguyaumavignnitu takbuuna quveanammarittu kisiani suli ikayurtauqattariaqallarikkaloamatigu taakku apeqqutigigiallangnarmiyakka oqarti quyunami malagalerti Mount Fremont malagalerti tunaday waladay
Mr. Speaker, today I want to talk about housing in my region.
Oqarti oqausaqakainnarumayunga iglulaqinerminnunattinni ullumi oqarti igluqsaqqariaqartuut igluqartitaunasuktuugalualu naamangittumarialuoqattarmata 2014 ngutillugu 20% nginnilauyungmata iglutaariali Inuilo amis ako kaya sa malasuri 24% timing. Iglo kakayali ataw sang misi ungo kalawang mata 8 tamang na inong ne tamang nili amis unang sa makayalong mata. Napaluangin 55% tingin ni mata 295 ngayon. Iglo kaya you tuna day will it me. Katudya katigi utaw tsekan nakakakalawa mata. Ukoy nalo katang mata iglo katigi yaw yun. Pangnautik sa katea kakata sana yaw tea kung nakulugit. Iglo liri na. Iglo katigi yaw yun nunaling ni. Ayun nang saktaw tea lutiglo inuin. Ikanaya kung nasinang mata. Iglo leo katang nanang ming. Nun alito kay gaba mga isang inatati ta yaka akatu to abang natulog to no tamak ko nga ape ko tigigalang na may yakawat ako kayo na may kate kayo na may malagalilti tuna day wala day malagalilti yellow knife ang nanganon kayo na may kate o kakumalakto nga kapi o kuluse ningaw ti yaw tuwin nangilong chicken bags mo kapiyaw katakataw ama singles ta katak mata amirlulako ta katak to along na inako ka ngaming ama kati itako singles amirlulako ta katak to along now yun ay amiso along ni akto sa katak mata amalo nuking migo anayo alo katak mata kapiyaw katak ko yakalo aka 15 ni hukihuleo nga taan nilo Ajiging magili chicken box o tekwale shingles no to ka ngayon. Tamang melon no utak veo katang mata 65 ne ukihuling ne utak veo katang na to galot. Tako ilo na tiyangin no kapiyaw yung mayo noon. Utak veo katang na galo ang mata. Aktok tao sa kay tumakalo katang ningin noon na to kayok sang nasaw ayok sutik. Ang malo shingles. Nukikuan na o tao katatod. Ami sa opaleli la uming mata nawang nadyo akatiluta. Ang maluan na tulari ko kayo matatod. Ilo nangin kapiyaw ko ng mata. Nari ko daw yun na siya kalwa mata kapiyaw tato ako te. Kuya na may okate. Kuya na may malagalti yellow knife. Awang nanganon. Malagalti Inuktitut Twin Lakes. Kuya na may okate. Magulit yun ako ni nuwang nagjoak si mangman, nuwang nagjoak hak si mangman. Pingo ako na iliyo kasi mayukululaw si tiglo kitong avot, nutak avot. Pinaso ako si ulaw tumi. Tamani kay nalaw mingman. 2023 may Canada may pingo tulari yun Ilitariyaw ko ng mata, teko yellow knife meal, Tim McNeil Kudlo, kay gato iluti 2023 may Canada, may pingovidyoan nato ni 2023 may UA Kut, Tim Gillis Kulo, inuving mi ukto kataw na ang mata, Tim Gillis, ang malawasing iyutong na mata. Takwa sa alag sa kataw law mata kigato iyo na tuot. Ang malo 2023 may pingwa video ato no ilaw na mata Canada may. Tusa umayaw kung makitakaw. Tulang ngayon makayalaw mata inuving miutakuloy. Kaya na may malagalerte o kausingin. Malagalerte Mount Raymond. Kaya na may okati. Darwin, Norwegian Code. Ilita kayaw lang mata. Takwa, nakawagak sa kotitaw lang mati Fort Simpson, Mutang. March 5, Mutilo, 2022, May. Ammaluilit ariyaulaurilluti 2021 ngutillugu pinguartulernermi kajortiujunnerninginnoon. Ammaluilit ariyautiaqattarmata ayungittiarsutiglu sananguagaleuutausimaningillu tunia ulaumata Fort Simpson miuni sanayauyuning kinaujaleuutaukasuksutui kayuutiksait taakkununga aqsarunnerninginnoon taanna taimangani ajorunnersait tiaqattarmai kajortiujunnertuning Valerie Norman tao katimayoqattaummaan kamayoqattarmiyo pinguartiksaarsioqattarsuni Fort Simpson miutauyuning taakkua pinguartitauyaraangami peqatialuktaarutauvallialaqattarmata asiminiglu qauyivaalleqattarsuti ayungittiarmiyuning makkua nunalingmiunu aksoruutauqattarmata peqatialuktaarutauqattarsuti quvenertualuuqattarsutiglu makkuktequtittinnu ilautitauyaraangaming nunalingni takusimangitaminuarutiakkulu yaraangaming quvenermariktui kajortiqainnarmatauqarti takkua ilitariau yaraaqammariktu alianamarialuk ilitariaulaumata quyinamioqarti.
Thank you, Member for Nahende. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yellowknife qitianuun quyinamioqarti uqartiullumi makimiyunga Tara Johnson inuyunniilartupidjutigillugu Montreal Amalu Saskatchewan Maine nunalitoqaaq inuyunniilaumaan maligaleriullunilu titaqartiullunilu oqalimaagarniulaumaan May 29, 19 ngutillugu oqalimaalauraqqa oqalimaagaleanga tayauqallunaatitu Firewater iqqartuivileriikkunnilu eqqanayaqattalaumaan nitertauqattarsimayuning averuluuyarsimayuning uirinnartuaangayaarnartu pijutaulluting oqarti Mr. Johnson imialulerinermuun akiniartittaqattaquyilaungitiarmalli kajortaungaaquyaqattalaumaan imialugutaqasuungummata ilaannikkuut imealuk saimanaqangimman amma kamattiarunniiraangata kamageqattariaqartattinni uvattinni aksoornartukkuortittileqattaqatta Mr. Johnson palisikkunniktau maligaqartittivangninginni angeruteqaqattalaungimingmaan ammalu piusivaallerunnartuut piusivaalleqattangimma tapasiyauyualutuinnauraangaming ammalu kayusiyunnaqayangualaortamining kayusiyunnailliuqaqattarmata inuin nunamini inuusermini aulatiyunnarsisuunguvaluarmingmata ikayurtauqattarutik asinginni tukisiyunnarutik atorunnarmiyarmining sivuleertiuyut nunaliit ikayurunnarmata nunaliuyullu ikayuqattautinersauyunnarmata imannailingainnajaangittuttuti layauqattarjuumigutti suluyorsarpallialarunnarmata taannaa nuleangalu pingortittivalliaqattarialilausimayu ikayuutiksallariuyunnarninginning isamagiyamining imealulerinermullu qanuilerutiksarini saqqitilaortangi malililaorsimayavut 68 ni ukiuqalersuni saqqitittivalliaqattarialilaortu ikayuutiksauyunnartuni imealuqattanermi noqqarutauyunnartuning ilinniaruminarmata tamakkua ikayuutiksaungaarunnerningi inuusermi asijilutauyunnarmata quyunami ilakulungin ugguarnarnerming oqautiyauqunarpuut malgalertioqausingin kiujutioqausikkua peqqutinuun kiujutiit oqausikkua peqqutinuun Malagalewing may tuwilit ayaw ningin. Anthony W.J. Whitford, uvanito apiyong Matoni Whitford. Commissioner kahalaw si Mayo, Commissioner kayo na lang si Mayo tunga sugit. Ilita kayaw nang malagalewing may tu, tabachamon. Ton, ipakate alaway, ilita kayaw kutakaka. Tunga sugit. Kangatuin na tiyang nakakumalito ako mitang bumay takatang na tuti. Kaya katang na tuti o kati. Pidi tao. Nakakagsaw lang malagalawing mo. Ikayo tiga katang ako. Alay katadya katigi jo ang ino. Katimayaw katang mayo. Kayo na may tabatsa mo. Malagalawing may tuwilita kayaw ningin. Ilita kayaw ningin, kasi ko apakot Hey river ni anon. Kayo namin, okate. Kanaya tiligayikon, apakot sa kakamaw kate. Kalunangong ito na, kanaya titiwale yumaneng. Atulog si daw si Mayuyang ima. Kano ko daw si matakalwak pakyangin na. Kayo na may malagalaw tayo. Hey river. Ni gano'n. Kinawi alaga ng mga minister. Kayo na may amisong mata. Ayoko daw lautot. Kana yati ni papati na si utaw yun na ilakang ming mata. Amisuneng. Ako maningin nilo, tita ase maningin nilo, halunangong ito na kanayata, kota na sukto ato hagangin, amalo. Pilo ayaw katang ningin ni isiyan ni kune, tukiliw tao kaya kaming mata, kanayak sa tao na si bale ako lugit. Na magiyangin niya kanayaw na tangin inuin ko yun na may kate. Apakot ako sikot. Hey river ni ganon. Ko yun na may kate. Kanoy liyaw tigsaning. Anigo yun na. Anigo tao yakalig ni. Pilira yun na pakay. Atulang titilute. Yung kate. Kanuili nga ningin, amalo, kanuili ako tiksano pang nautingin, at ulang titao yun ako tik, ayoko tao yun, piyak tao wala yun naktiugalo, kanayak tao tao yun naksinang mata. Inuit, ingmigo nga lutik, tukagakayaw na ang mata yung itut.
Your people within those departments. So
Iti atay mailing at ako kayo na may kate. Apakot ako siku hey river ni ganon kayo na may kate. Ministeryo. Tuwaga kate tiyo na pa. Inukaon na palelang yun kanay abiksa na ato inaw yun na ko ilutik. Kalunangong ito no kanay titango yun natin noon. Kayo na may malagalaw ti. Kayo na may kati. Dahil man nahilaw na yung nakalungaw kakon nangin nama. Yung kanayag sa kayaw yun inukang ito na Tukaga kayaw yun. Sakit itaw ko ang umayaw na sung nato. Solo, ato agayo ka sa kayaw ka yun, ang nailuno na lito kahit gateway kulo. Ayaw na sa tao yun ang ningilo. Tamak ko ako luyalo, ato tao yakakang mata. Kanayak sa tati tao tuwin na kong inatigo, ayaw na tilugin. Ayaw na sa tao yakakang mata. Pigati tao lutik, nutana kanayak yaw yun Takwa pang nau tau yaka kang mata. O kati man nau yo ako si palel kalawate utay sa mga pang nau ti mo to ka ngayon eh. Kaya namin o kati. Tako yung mayabot asin yung tao ning in. Atok taong ikain ng nato, kalunangong ito na kanaya taong naksaw titigas wakotin, ang kavamakune. Kininga ako taong ng mata, nunalito kang na kanaya taong ako ng tunay. Kinawayala ng mga minister, kaya namin, ito kasi ka kanong to, tiksasyo kasuktugo kasi ano Inuktitut ng narote, kanayak biksani. Kanoy leo tiksani, pang nautik sa kakata. Tamay ni, kanoy leo nang inito kasi iya kakariluta. Nunat siya ka ba makawin ni. O kwa.
The framework. And Mr. Speaker, those are both things that are looking at the real structure and the barriers that we have and the systemic barriers that we have. That work has to get done. I want it to get done, and I want it to get done in this Assembly, Mr. Speaker, and so that's where I want to focus our attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for...
Apakot iyo kausikod itaw mon.
Policy, Mr. Speaker.
Kaya na may okate. O kausirila o kaya ko ni nakikinoyali ako ng mga tayo ko tigiyavo nalulakat ng ningining. Ilin na sa makatang mata ilangin. Mikigi ati yun ng mailin na tita yun ng mga kawai yumayo nga. Kaya na may minister nun alaga ng mga batiliga ng mulo. Kaya na may kaya liya ka. Tako ng apek ko na kaman. Amin sugasang ni atugag sa katut. Mikigiakon na ng may tuka ngayon nun. Amalo nun aling no. Atulog tita wala yun nang ningin ni. Niwek sa katya ako nakulugi. Nikutik sa ula ka nga may amin. Nuilak sa yaylo. Awat iliriyek ko. Nung narito kaya ka ba makungin ni pila ka kasi mang mata. Takwa. Akito kaya tao yun ako lugo. Kino yalo ko tig sa ulutik. Kaya na may decho mo. Kaya na may anak ko tig sa lirin mo. Ikayo tig sa it. Ay may along ng mulo. Ngayon natin ulo. Ikayo tao katakali, pibala tuwin natin lugin. Asing angin ni sakit ko nakalawang mata.
Many of our young adults in our communities.
Kami si Oluyak, tong tao si malang mata, makukto ko tigiyabot. Tamak ko nung kanuili o tigsa ni pang nautig sa kakalawang mata. Kuya na may okate. Kuya na may malagaloti. Awatilang anak mo, kuya na may okate. Pila katigilang mayabo tiyay ko. Pula katuliriyikot. Kina yale otik sao yun na terna sao kulugay amerning. Nuilak sa yakato niglo. Nerotik sa kakatakon ng ningin. Amilirilotik. Pigerte tao jume kulugay. Nakensi va alemeo. Piusigerte chiya katuk sa umayot ako aniw ba ang katakon ng ningin niya. Kaya na may decho mo, kaya na may minister. O kati. Ami nuilak sa yelo. Atuk tao walayo yang imatatama ni Fort McPherson may tao yun eh. Fort Providence Milo. Tikisay hatang mata aming ni nuilak sa yang neglod ni kalunano ng iningato ning. Nasa leariyaw yun narto kamiksay lo ni pualuksay nasaksay. Makuarulo yapi walawang mata sana yaw katalaw si mayot. Pingotit ako nakalawang matapang nautik sa naisakit tiluti. Kuya na may nunalaki ng mon. Abatilaki ng malo minister. Kuya na may tako nagpalangin ng natuod. Tako mikigang natik sa it. Piwalayo na nagsakuluwi nunaling ni. Amalo, ayoko na sa tao jutik sa kalutik. Dati mo, isumalutik iyangin. Ukaw si mata, kuya litsa makikta piwalaya ka mata. Kuya na may kingulak pa ilagay ako ti, decho mon. Kuya na may ukati, kuya liya ka ministaw yok. Isumagiyaw ko gaki, ikanaya ka ti kakulugo. Asingin ni nuna ikanayak yung mayon ni nuna tsaga ba makungin ni nilong nikako nakalaw aming matamakog takot ibusibunig sa katiyakon ng naming amalo kaw si ulutig ba makupang nauti iyang itamakkuno nga tu sa umaya uluting nuna lin makugtut ay man nakinaw yalaw kataw yung naksakuluwi abat ilagayaw kataw yung naklutin nuna may kataw lutiglo kuya na may minister abat ilaga ng maun kuya na may kinaw yalaw tiksay ilin niya ako taw yung nang mata ukaw siya kataw luti ilin niya ako taw luti nuna may talagayaw yun ulo kamagiyaw yung naksuti nun aling ni katimayingin nun. Mikigang naktit siya katakulutik. Magkuktut. Temang kayo si titinang naktut. Awlatiyo kataw yun eh. Mikigang nanang may pinasuaga kayaw yun natuming. Ukati. Nun alito kay gabamaw yun. Aktor taw yun na terming matay kayo kumatyato si bunig sa muta ko na nga. Kaya na may apak ko nagsaw kasi ko malagalaw ti great slave mon. Nunaling aba malaki ng mon. Ulit to kalaw ti lugo 2021 may minister ako napakanong. Aktor taw law nangi kayong nakakon ng mga hataan nun at siyang may unon. Kanong luwaw palugtumisan ni nga yuli kayo tigiyaw na akivan ulit to kagkan na kaya pa kayo na may nunaling nga mamalaga ng maon kayo na may okati kuya liya ka apiring man apik ko na kamatak ko na nga aw palugtumisan ni nga yulikot nunaling niluga mamalaga yikot pila katakam na matamaan na yo. Take ko na nga, palugtumisan na nga yulikon eh. Malagalil ti great slave mon. Kaya na may kati. Katudyo katiging na mata, pila katiging luti ko yali yung ateman na kang man. Katudyo katiging na kasi, tima katiging yaw yun eh. Ako palugtumisan na nga yuling ni. Pang nagsimaya ka na megata nunaling ni kayo unang nang. Dako akilang taong ilote kano pang nagsimapagay ako ng nerpat. So ulit to kakalang nero ni upang kayo na may minister nunaling ni ka malaka ng makoy na may ukati. Red Cross good uwatino kang nami yun. Ikayo tiyo yun ang nakalutik. Awla tiyo yun ang makaw yung mata, ulivyo yun na tuning. Ikayo kong nang nang. Pila katigin ang mayavot. Ayun nang sa tawa lalagin lutin nun alin. Kanong to kakang nang may. Ikayo taon ang may mata, ikayo taon yakakakote. Kaya na may great slave mon. Kaya na may okati. Unika siya ko galawa ko kanoy kayong na mga ta. Kati viksani, takuyaw viksani, o kakatikak viksani, o kangitiangman. Minister, unik ka akong nakpa. Kasi nikinaoyak niya tulaw mga takan ni sa ulaw to. Nunat sehab ka ba magkungin? Pigati tao kulugit ako. Ayong naon nito pa ay kayo tao yung malang naming mata. Nalo nang nganing mata. Ulit to kaktuksaw. Ulit to kang nertuksaw ming manu naling ni upang nga. Makong matik. Panautik sa kakiratali. Ako mayakirto ning. Nunalilo. Katidyo katigilugit. Ilitisi malakata akane ulit aulaw tunitay ko akawi yaw yun atong namig akin koy namig minister koy namig okat maligalerte.
Why we left it up to indigenous governments in order to do so.
Kawi yung ano naliga mamay na kamayo titaw law mga akane koy namig okate. Kiuya akan na ta kawi gatcha kala lugi apa ko di yang ko ina me apa ko de ko sikut yellow knife wang nanganon ko ina me okate ko sa kakao kama manaw yo singles me an na ko ta katut Blue Cross Queen na akilagale kapiyaw jute akilagtitaw akiliw taw law tutitaw yun na mata kama na maring man ilay na kulog ni utak view yun nang nangi kapiyaw yakakang nang minun akili yakang aming tanapi ko tigi yakako yun aming anang tulagan ng mga minister
Mr. Speaker.
ko yun aming okate Kau yung shingles kakangamihan na ko timi Inuktitut. Aner na tumakal o katang mata o kau sa kakao mag-it o kau siksa migot. Teko inuit nunat siyang miutait. Kapiyaw yakali shingles kang nangmun. Amisi wala o katang imata asing ini kapiyaw katang kaya katuni. Kinaoyak sa kang imata manaw yung yun na tuning. Kapiyaw na ako te 15 64 no kiuling ning 2 million ning kinaoyak sa nigutaw yakaya kakayatut. Utak view yun na sinakot te. Kaya na may yellow knife ang nanganon.
Thank you, Mr.
Kaya na may okate ilang. Kaya yung kapiyaw yokang nerpa gawa makunon akilato tao nerto ning akikilu tao katang matao watinon shingles dana nukikuan nerot nalunang ilakay sa katitisi mabisi Kinaw yaning akilingin ng saulo tao yun ng mga ilisiya kanayang vikusin nun. Kawisak tao si mabaan. Kaya na may okate. Ilunay ni kawisak tao si mangimata. Aner bila ako tao katatun nun at siyang may 2009 may 2018 mo 1.3 billion ng nilaw tun. Kapiyaw yakaya kakutin nun at siyang may ulimaan. $1.91 million in ninang mata. Ama 165,000 in ninayak to kinaw yait. Akikakayak to ilunay ni kapiyaw kote anabing mo ako tiyaw kote. Nasa usuriyo along may apik ko na kaman. Inuin. Nukimigo aner mata. Aner natin makayalong mata man na. Taimay man. Panautik sa kakote kapiyaw katakon ng nangmon. Okay uling ni 65 mo tikilugoy kayo suwinayak tungak. Kayo na may yellow knife ang nanganon. Kayo na may okate. Nasauti takunattiakkan naqaqarniarmiyakka aannervileartitauqattarninginnu aannervigmiiqattariaqarninginnullu akeqasuunguungmingmata аммалуқауиюминартоқассиоқаттармангаата нукимикут ааннианермут аанниарбигмииттариақартуут пивиксақарнерсаугалуарпатаа тукисияуюннаралуармингмата qanullariglу тукисияуюннармангаата Blue Cross qartuut ajigiyauнгиммингмата утервиукаутигеқаттармата Qawina sugunnarpaqaari taakkuning apiqutigiyakkani kapiyauyuqarunnarmangaat akeqagituni quyinami aanniartuleqanermum minister quyinami oqarti ulorianartumiinnerpaat 65 niksavan Inuuk iuli ikayurtau yunnarmangaat aqauyigiartau yunnartu ammalu cancer late Amalu Innatoqai 65 niukiuliungataniluuni akeqangittimi kapiyauyunnartuut Isimagiyangitatsumaa apequtigiyammiguut piuyuutialuungmata Kapiyauyunnaquyiningani 65 niukiulingni 17 nutikillugu ukiulingnuun qilamiunersaqai kapiyauqattarunnarsittittunnarmiyavut uluqianammarigmata nukikkuaanniaruti quyinami apeqqutiuqausikkuut maligalerti frame lake moon quyinami oqarti ministanganu eqartuivileriyikkunnuun Takwa avittara ngami khitung ali ikayorialianga yoqaariauyut pigartita oqattarmata qiumayunip January 1 meqautama aqigarta oqattariaqaraluarmingmata akilertaungikkaangaming qinami eqartuivilerinamu minister Uguanammariktu nuvangnarjua maqqungniaqqaaguungning pitaqainnarninganu kamagiauyunnailliuqalaumata taaqqa aqigiartauqattarunnarningin avittihiqaangaming maligartiguut pimmariuyuni pivalliajariaqarmata maligait April 1 ulerpaatitaqartauraanigu mayuugaluat uqausiksaqarviuyunnaqullugilu kamagiiauqunartuun qimequartauiaqaaqarmata maligain aqigiartauiaqaaqarmangaata takunaktaulutit akiliiyaqali akilertuitiaqaaqarmata qitungaminu ikayuutiksaning Amalu avittaraangami maligartigu aulatauqattarmata tamakkua qinami maligalerti frame lake moon qinami qawimaquyara maannakautigi piyunnaruti piyunnersaunnertuun qanga sivullermi litariaunaarpaat Amalu Aqautamaang akilertuutauiaqaali qangaasigertauyunnarsinearpaat qinami oqarti eqartuivilerinaermu minister qinami ikayurtauyumayuut uuktorialiit ikayurtauyunnataangimmiyu uuktortuinnauyuugaluat maligayatiunginninginnuun Amalu tusaumayaksaleariaunaartuut qartauyakkut maligaleriyinuut tuyurtaullutik maligaleriyikat ujeqatigiinginnuut tunuuqartaunertuun tusartitauyaqaali tusaumatitaunertuu qinami maligalerti frame lake moon qinami oqarti Mana kautigitsia makalutu sa umayawale yakalihog aloan. Utakik utatuit na kunerluta. Kamagi yakakatak sa magamami sa walong ni nutakakulong ni nutakalikuloit. Aksaon naktukotit awhatang nangi akilit awhatang itsute. Minister kaun na pakanoy tuning. Tuwang na tuning. Kamagiyaw yun ng mga takinayak sa nagtaw yun na kaya kakalawang matatuwang na siyakangan. Kaya na may ikatoy bilang na mo, minister. Kaya na may ikati. %95 tingin nito kinayak sa nagtaw katak tuwili si Biyo tiga katak sa kinayak ko wangin noon. Maliga kakata ilakang may yun ay kayutik sa kanayo yun na tunig. Kubak pingin tato akilubo Canada limakalang may maligang matatako. Pilot may kubak may tao yun ay inong niyal lang ayun nilo. Ikayo tao kataon na tuloy nang kaya na may malagalaw frame lake mo kaya na may kowe agilua mo abong alawakalo alakaw ka ma wakaw tiya kakako maliktaw wala kata kaya kasungong mata nunakatigi ilaw to galoan nunakatigi kon na to Victor Semanang may ilaw to teka na ito na to kano kinayak sa niktaw katakpat. Kaya na may ukate, ikaw yung mga ito nga ate, umangin nakita ko. Kaya na may minister, apik ko tayo kausikot, maligalil to ito na day, well a day. Ukate, naglulagay ko minister nga noon, apik ko sa kakama. Kausak tayo yung akang matatamak ko.
Can the Minister of Housing provide the total estimate budget?
Lulay minister nga ako na pa katsiningkinaw yan ato sa mga ta igluta ako tik sa ano to ka ngayon ay nyo na tsarme kaya na may iglulay yo ako minister nga kaya na may kati manaw yo iglulay yo kanayak vilo Victor Semanang ini yellow knife me Kinaw yan ni atok tuksaning kiyo ko iyo alo kasi anita ko nagsugait igluksait 4th resolution May 16 una atut lutsuke 4 dada makon atu iglula kayaw na atu amalo 22-23 mi sana yaw valevik sa kato igluksay ko yun na may tuna da iwala de.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister of Housing provide me the detailed housing assessments to bring home?
Danaw nagkaroon na pa. Katsiw na ang mga tailo na tiyangin niglulakayaw na tuto na day wala day me. Kaya na may kamayo iglulakayaw do ako no. Kaya na may kate. Dako apin si mangin na kikaw yung majutik site. 4th resolution mayon nunalilulutsul kemi pila katigil katigo iglulaga na mapang nautilang ng ming titirataw walalagang mata take or 4th resolution may suli pigi ako tao si mga mata iglo kakakang ningin nito sa kumagata inong nino naliw yun
with the
Walo kaw si uwale ako luwin nunalito kahit inukutingin ni iglulakayo diyo ako o kakatigayo malaw na gawin. Kasi naglulakayo ko yun ang mga dato sa kumalawin. Malagalaw ta ito na day, wala day.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers. And
Pwede na may kite akat-akawit. O kati iglulakayo diyo ako pang nautik sa ning tunisin na ato kanoy leotik sa ning igluleo ako yun itacho mo kati maniriyat isuani kisiani nuiti tao na ang mata Amisi uningi iglulerayaw natin nurakot itin niyakaw sa kayo nakpangi minista iglulerayaw ako no kayo na may akati pisimangin nakin kano ilingan lutong ningin iglukautik sa ino naling ne ilunalong ipikutigingin nakit iglulerayaw ako lutaan darami 43 ngong mata igluit Fourth resolution may 94 ngoyot, Lutso ke may 63 ngoyot, Ambalo nunalate 548, 345 mortot. Adjiging matay no, namis unangin. Iglulagayag diyo ako no, ilo nalong iglo ko tigiyaw, yupi ko tigiyay nalong ingin magain. Kaya na may kingulang pahay, lagay ako tiyo na day, well a day. Kaya na may minister nga iglulagayat yu ako no kakunak pa kanong nunaling ni nagotaw si mabigiyakaning tukisinak kasi mangmangata kayo na may minister iglulagayat yu ako no kayo na may akati manaw yu iglulagayat kati mayingin matuwing ang mata ilun na siyang inon kanu lekotik sa ilo ato agagayaw yulo kay makataon ang mata o kasi walangin ng mata pila katigi yun ang logit Canada ka ba makungin kina o yaksanik taon ang mata nunat siyang may huga ba mangin ang malunun ang lito kahit igluksanik daw yun na kulugi Canada moon man ayok denen ikwaikot kamayuyot sanayaw yun nang ningimakko kau yung mayaw ko lota ay lagi yaw mata kalunangong ito timiko tingin malig-alert yun itin ni
acknowledging each of the indigenous groups, whether they would
apalililaw ka may prongutin lugul o tuwak kanin itang ni sanayaw ko lugi kalunanong ito timiko tigiyaw yun contract akiyaw na kangaming ayon niyang sa katakaya kang mingming mata sana yun ang tuning mamaya na ako ni alo ka ma o kusaw dik sa lagayaw yun ikaw ilin natin tiyak kaya kang mata contract ak na ito ma titakang ipisi masati at akalawa ka na niyon na ilita making megake kiyo kataan na takataan na malagalaw tayo mga tuway mohon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Na may okati minister o kaon na pahawan no kingun na ako kasi yung mga dati ko yaw si makatatuang nasukti angutin mamayanak ang nailo nunalito kay kanong lo kiyo kang mga dati uyaw mayon nunat sa may ko yun na may kato ibilagay ko na minister ko yun na may asin noon dahil napikot ako nga kaya liw galawak napikot ako kasi ko malagalaw tayo mga tuway mon titakatigo apikot igilang na may yakalawak kakaupan hey river may tiguyaw mavik sa ngutita uya kakalawa mata ikayok tao kulog tiguyaw si mayo minister yo o kakunak pa kanong kawisak tao katang mga ata kanong lo ikayok tao ya kamata tiguyaw mayo hey river may koy na may malagalaw tayo kato ibilagay ko no minister koy na may kati taman na to sang ni marikto South Mackenzie may tiguyaw maving may tako yun na sila ako tiguyaw mavite kanino na liyo may hey river may piu si vale ko taon kasi wala kilaktak ay kayok tao katang ningin tay kani ikayo utik sanik tao si makatalang mata hey river may tiguyaw mayon maling mata no naling no ikayok tao ko yaw ningin Amalo kanuilangan laking ninginig. Kawig eteon ng mayong kanong ikayok daw katang mga ta isi makakasukat na mayon ikayok daw yun na kang ninginig manaw yung Yellowknife me tiguyaw mayon adjiging magitiguyaw mayo Hay River me ikayok daw yun na elikulong matali teka ni tiguyaw mayon. Kaya na may malagalti, manfoy mon, kaya na may ukati. Isumalaw takakama ukati. Ami sa wapal eto inamning iti kuya o mayod, isumalaw ti akin. Inugel-walak paat, ukakunak paat, nasa utikot, katsyung mga ta. So ay si mayulo. Tiguyaw maving ni ani titaw si manang mening. Ani titaw yu maligakat titaw luti. Kaya na may ukati. Apik ko riksak. Akilo daw yun natin. Kiyo jitik sa tevaw ng saw yuning. Nasaw sa kayuning. Kaya na may maligalaw ti imant mon. Kaya na may ikayok daw katakon na pa kwasaan na tuko si mayutigayaw mayon kaya na may maligalaw ti imantway mon kaya na may minista kaya na may wakati pilarayaw si mayong makalong matata ako ugasaw ulit ito na ikanayak tigiyavon, ikayokon na kulugit, ayokon na sa tao, si malamata ko, saan natulagiyaw, katakon na ng ming, amalo, ilaw yun ng ningining, tamay ning, tako, anak titao yung maligakat titao luti, pitse yung sagayakan ng ming, nunaling miutaw mata kanayakatut. Tekwalo, takuyaw katakayalit. Tiguyaw mayunay kayo. Probation officer ngo nakataw katatut. Tekwa, piti kayo katang mata nunaling ni. Maliksugay na ni nunaling niningin ni solo Yellowknife mikuting. Ikayok tao katakon ng mata, malumi kiyuti unang sanay nunaling ni. Tako, ikayok, ipitakakatang ito along mata, mikiyuti unang sanay nunaling ni. Ikayok tao yun ang ningin, tuko sinataw katakong malik tao luti naniningin. Apakot ayo kausik ko, maligalaw ti, great slave mode. Kaya na may ukati, nunaling ka ng mga minista mode. Kangat ayo kalauman Fort Smith mi kanuilo to katilugo ministaw yo kakunak pa kano makukto mo kukyuti pisimayaw yun nalang mga ta maligalaw tino nalaga ng mon kayo na may kate nagligilog ako ay nakutigiyangin Fort Smith mi yun to kalaw yun. Tako sa si may makalulaw mata nun aliit. Ubag uli makakalo nun at sila mami kayo agtutaw kataulaw at ipiwis kataw di siya kakata naglingnan ng may tagusong ng migluhat o luta. Fort Smith may tukutaw si Matya to alulaw mata ako cute amalo ang kaula mama maligakayaw lote ko yun na may ukati maligalaw te great slave mon ko yun na may ukati at yung alaking man temeng itiktaw yung kalaw kilo na isang tao law yung ming mata ko cute kakait amalo maligakaw minang mata Fort Smith may nunalagay ko. Tema ang pangasi may umilaw kalawami yun. Kaya na may Minister nunalaganamon. Kaya mangin naman ito kasi nakakang natakaki yun ang nakako. Kaya namin malag-alerte, great slave mon. Kaya namin isumaalog ng mata na sibuliw yung may apirayaw si mangin ma, apirayaw katak si mang mata sa mga tsay namin suwertak tuning. Kaya yun na pa, minister nunalaganamon. O kate, Okaw sa kadyangin na mamanaw, yukaw sa tao, yukatilo ko, kisene, kawi mayaw ko yung, kawi majutik saning, ato inaw titinera, kawi na tiyara kakakit, kawi na may ilagay ako, kinulak pa, great slave moon, kawi na may ukati. Isumalo, di yung makalog ako, isumalo daw ko yung makalog at anak. Minister, ukakunak pa, piniklog tao yukak pa, kanwilaw nangin ito sa ati tao katakon nakulot Doon alakan ang mga minister ko yun na may ukati. Isak si malaw ka mamalik aluting tabatsa may umanakaw, tigay ito sa ati tao tao kata. Gawa mako si uliting ako kakatakalaw may tabatsa malik aluting Nuhataw si mavingan ni ilaw mata man na pila katig ilaw katigot. Kuyali yakakataka upig ilawalo si uliw titiyavalo law mata baachamon. Kamag iyaw yakaling ni kamatiyatu alo law man. Ay kaw sa kakalak to alo to inaw yung mga natasuli kaw yung mga natin apikot ayo kaw sikot. Malagalti ikem like mo, kaya na may okate. Apa ko sa ato ka ngayon. NTPC ko, makotilagingin noon. NTPC ko. Kanaya ko naming ang ako tao matapi nga sunay ang ako ning isulibig sa nga tikipalelang malo. Ang ako tao akman. O nga baka tao yun ang contract nga. Kawi yun nakbaka no, asi jok taon ang mga tapi nga si unang tunay akago na agad tunay. O makutili kayo ako nun. Kaya na may okati. O makutili kayo ako. Sakaditin na ang mata GRA ang ako tingining. O makutili kayo ko ni March 25 ngulak pa. Nuta ako kaya tao yakakang mata. Tagbuan ni July 21, may pigay tita ulutik. Malagalaw ti ikam like mo kayo na may okate. Minister okahon na pa. Katsining, niriwan na pita, kakalangagayaw, makotinoy kakatama. Amalo ka na ilaw yun na pita. Kayo na may minister, makotilagayaw diwa kunon, cooperation kunon. Kayo na may okate. Akiliutik sa ukturik sa NTPC kunon sa katitaw na ito o makotilagayik o kakataw ko katimaying at ako na tawing July 1 nakpan kayo na may okati NTPC ko akitiyutik sa nikina o yan 300 million ato kumatak sa kang matatalimaw na ito na akago yun 27 cents kakatama kakatitaw yung mga mata. 75 cents kakatang mata. Suamili ite may lingat kamani. O kasi yun na pa. Dati mga minister yung kayo na may minister makutilagan ng mode cooperation kunon. Kayo na may okati nunat siya ka makong ipila katakang mata Canada ming. Hakayat daw katakon na kologikin o yaksanik daw katang ningin. Amisud nagawa daw si mabiyo yun. Akso na tukang mata tamag ko na nga nuwang nadiwa ko daw yun Amalo. Takwa kinoy atuktuk sa asidjilo daw ko nang ito. Akilato daw kataka kalanga yun Kuya na may cam like mo, kuya na may mikigliter yung mayo, akilaw to taon na ito na makotig sa noon. Amalo, pingayo iya o yun, akilaw tao katang nangi, mikilagay at tao ko login. Iqanayartiqarpisihi Canada makungini ikayusiartariau yunnarnermata NTPC ko iqanayartinginnun aqiktaulut Khuyunami umakutilirirdua cooperation nganu minister khuyunami uqati umakutilirirdua kut atu aksaqangimata iqanayartini Kinoy eksaniktaw khatang ni vote Canada ka makunginningatun kamagiyaw ya kamata nun aliriyikun nun Kinoy eksaniktaw yun na mata Canada Victor Simaningin amalo ukirtatu Victor Simaningin malik daw lutipit akakayang mata aki mayaw ningin aki na yakota
Now in NTPC.
Kanayatining kinahigsaksihon natuning akilirtaw yakayakahutik say tuni akilirtaw yakayakayamiyo atukpak tuno makotino apakoteo kausikon malagalirti great slave mo kayo naming ministang aligning mamalaganang mo
The Emergency Management Office, can the Minister please explain how the communications tree or matrix works?
Unika unak pa ito ang naktukakaanga kanuilinga yun ito sa makataw ti juta kasungong mga tanunaling nga mamayon. Kaya na may ito kasi naktigete akan naglago. Ito ang naktukakangan. Kanayang may tamang may. Ito sa makataw ti yakaya kasuhod. Ito sa matitilutik. Palisik ulo. Ito sa titaw kutik. Palisik kunulo na ito sa titaw kutik. Kanayak bain. Kamayaw katatut. Sibulil tiyo yok. Ito sa matitikatak akan namin. Kaya na may kati. Ilo na kanu ito sa matitakat na sungong mga tapos ko na katuin na kagalawa ka ma. Unik ka ako na pa. So, Friday, Saturday, 12 ni kakaning. Kawitita ako kaong mata. Sugami. O kawitiya ulaong ilan. No nalit. Ano yun nang ining suli. Hulo kaya na ito kang niganay. Ito sa tita ulaong mata. O kakaw ka ma. Palisik ko kamayong mata. Tu kasi nagluktit siya yung mangin natin, palisik ko no, awla tao yun eh. O kao siya kaya ka mata, palisik ko no. Tu sa kaksalil, tayo kata mata, 12 kakay, tu sa titaw lang ng mga ata, kao yung mga ito nga. So kami tayo mahiling nga lang mga ata. Mamaya na, nung nga niya malupalisik ko. Tu sa titaw lang, iningin na kao yung mga namatuwag na ikakaw lang ito na. Kaya na may, tu kasi naglong man. Yakanayatiin. Fort Smith Muni, tu sa umatitaw ngilwal ang mata. O kaon na pa, so nung nalay Fort Smith me. Tu sa umatitaw lang ng mga ta. 24 lo at ay kasi ano ikakaya ni kong mata tu sa titaw sa lang ilan. Kaya na may yukate. O kakaw ama, palisik ko kamayong mata. Kati malaw tu Saturday me, si bata aming me, kati majiilo. Tu sa matitiga ako malilaw tu, inokotingin ni. Nunaling ni sibulirti ulilaw mata. Palisik ko nun, tu sa titaw kami. Kuya na may lagay ako kinulak pa. Malagalar to great slave mode. Tu kasingin na maso, gawa maulo si, tu sa matitaw lo si, palisik ko nun. Tu sa kaksalaw ko nangin na si, kakitaw yakon. Ing may kaungang inasi, amisi walong mata, timakotigi yao yu, kayo tiyo yu, pila kakatigi yakatut, amalo, ato kong nakalawang mata, tu sa matitiyo ng mata, apiri yung maya kami ni staw yu. Piu sige ataw yun ang ilato sa majutig sa ito sa titiya kakatut. Inakotigi yaw yun eh, aktok taw si mayon nato nito, avang nato kakpat. Tamay ni tiya duwabang natulagay yung kakangan ko yun na may ilagay ako. Ministaga ba malagay ng manunaling ni ko yun na may ukati. Duwabang natut nunaling ni Victor si Mayun yun na tiyali mga may ilang ang matatemang. Tusakti tiya kaya nunaling ni. Maligtug ikano hili ko yung mga taan nunalin. Pabisyakat ng imigat palisik ko kano ilang ningin. Tuko si mayakon. Pila katigiyaw nato kato ibilirikoan nato ilirikoan malupalisik ko. Kuya na may ukakte. Hape ko tayo kausikot. Hape ko tayo kausikot. Tidak katigo hape ko diksay. Tidak katigo hape ko diksay. Kiyo juti. Tidak katigo hape ko tinon. Kiyo juti kami sinaukaw singin noon. Kiyo juti kami sinaukaw singin noon. At iliw tao si mayutug sa kautin. Unik kale kami kawarningin ni maligak saning. Unik kale katimayakalango nato. Katimayakalango kay nato lo. Sakiti tao nang itidakait. Sakiti tao nang itidakait. Kawik kay ni pigatit tinang. Kawik kay ni pigatit tinang moon. Pero yung nga kawikay ni sibulak pa may kalimataw ng epeko yaksay. Sibulak pa may kalimataw ng epeko yaksay. Tuglang may kalimataw ng epeko yaksay. Katimayi maligalilti tamang may katimayak alaan e kataw ng Bill 23, Bill 29, Bill 38, unikalet 561, 567, 570, 579-19 brackets 2, Maligalelti, Inuvik Twin Lakes me, Ixibaw Takayaw Luni.
What is the wish?
Kanuhil katimayak la Maligalelti, Frame Lake Moon, kayo na may Ixibaw ta. 561-19 brackets 2, 2022-2023 Milo nunaling ni gabamalaga ng maun awlati ilaw nunalito ka ilo gabamait kamagiyaw ng inon kamagiyaw ko luwi ang bakit mayakalaan no ka nga kain ang natuon kayo namin.
Well, you better send that. I now call Committee of the Whole back.
Katima yilima katima yagalangon ngini bigelaulin isa maksasyo takang nakawata 561 brackets 1921 kayo si bigin actabot ikanayang vingano nalingnig mamalaga ng mo kanoy leo mabese tekoy kayo tigiyaw yo titaw kain naglin Minister, kinakumangata ay lagi yatin kayo na may ukate. Minister, tumiling agro. Kayo na may tumasugay. Kati mayakalango yun. Piyakay lao kata. Aulat civil kilaw tugon. Nung nalingni ka pa malaki ng maon. Atuin na ungin mata. Asing ini sa malo na kakpisi, ulit tibing anon. Takungin ama. Magpigang 343 mo, Lucy. Nung nalingnig ka pa malaki ng mon, ulit tinang mo ako, matitin ang mo 2022-23 mon. Kinoya, tuktuk sa 3,953,000 ang akpita. Magpigang kay nalumit ataw natulagan ng mon, nung nalingnig ka pa malaki ng mon. Magpigang 347, kayo madjutik sa 348, May 347 milo. Apik kurik sa malagalil tinik, ataw natulagan ng mon. Yellow knife ang nanganon. Kayo na may iksibaw tao. Bukaw sa kasi mayak ka na Canada may te may lang YouTube sa kat kawasak tao katang ito na iglukutitin na katiriyik ko no kawasak tao kalakat tao kaluan. Yukon may uli kawasak tao mataan no na bumilo walayong. Pikotil yung alagay ng ming. Suli, kawi mamakingin na ma. Ikaw lagi ko nagsalaki na mo. Kano ilang ayaka akang na mga ta. So, sa katiti yung mga kalawang mga talo, iglo ko tigiyaw yun. Ikaw isang tigsaning. Kayo na may Mr. Minister. Kayo na may Minister, itong ilang kiwiyaw ko tinata ka. Kayo na may makakumanaw yung iksibaw ta kayaw yung amisugasan na kanay ang bigasaw yun na inong na ito kasi nawe ka umang mata ito sa kumalot kanuilang anay ang mga maligaleo ko tiksa iglor jo ako tigiyaw yun kawis ang tiyo yun ng mga tukiliw tayo katalot taan na suli umiyo kakata manunat siya may umaliga kang itutut siya mata ikanayak veko tigiyaw yung kanuingin ni kawis ang takang mata Amalo, ito kasi nakbig tsaka akang mata ino, ito kasi nakbig iyo mayabot. Yun na, ang nanganon kayo na maing. O kasi ugi alakan kakakot, taman na 18 niksulit, kining malagalil tayo na kata. Noon aling nulo, ito kasi naakayo ito palo lang nakilo tao uksaong mayo. Isok pa siya ni. Ilit siya, kano iliw kaya kakasugayat siya atong napos Apikurik sa kato nga $500,000 to inagulong ni kinawik sa kang matato aksaning. Ang ayok kakayaw katiglo kaw sa katakon ng nailo na sayang iniglo ko tigayaw yun nagkakamakon eh. Sana yaw nang inupi yung nautitaw daw nang inoon. Amalo contract ko titakat na palayo kalawaan. Kawi mayitakayaw lutik. Iglulari ni may kawi sa tiyo katakot. Contract atit tiyo matuit na suungong mata. Ang malugoy lan ni ko yung tuwalo katak suting.
Doing that and how much of this?
Kawi malang may yung akat sito katak mga tatay ko contract ko kawi sa tiyo katak to. Kawi machutik sa episimaya ko yun na may malagalaw ti. Minister, nunaling ni ka mamalaga ng mo. Tungilakan ot.
Minister Guru.
Thank you. In 21-22, there has not been use of contractors to assist.
In 21-22,
forward.
Ngotilo o kausang takalaw ngito o contract ko. Piyaw katang matakisiyan e piyaw ay kalarang aming. E kanaya ti ilo amisi ung ilo katalaw ning inoon. E kanaya kakti umilaro ta piyon na sinertuk sa yun. Wang nangano yalo na. Alian ay kawayan ang amisi wasang mata contract tiga sa kawi mayun. Tamak kuning aulat yun na nang may. Pilagari yun natangin. Kayo sa iyon ang nasa kulugay. O kausari yung makawayak contract lagayot. 30 million ngini mata. Takwa kay po ulit daw yung kapay mamon. Tuka ngayon kayutik sa noon. Kang kinoy atong nerta si Inuktitut nerpat Canada ga makong noon. Pia erta o viksay tatsa mau tung ilagayang mau kausa na magin. Kaya na may narugtugoon. Pia erta si malang agyak. March 21 May 31 May mamayanak. Kinaw review akagawa tayo si One. Narugtugoon. Sana yaw palalagtugalaw utang biksay. Inuktitut ko yavot. Ulo nga sulit. Titaka si manginatigo. Nalunak tao si mangiman. Ayong naon nito apa si magalawatugo. Kawiyaw to ako ti ilun nangiyak ikalaw nangin. Tunarutik sa makinar na yavon. Kaya naming sibaw taong. Minister, unik kahon na pa kano ito na pilagaya kang mga ata. 30,000 naming mata pingayulo na kanayak ilo na. Pingasuin na ko kanayak ti. Tako na nga 30 million nito along na wala ti yun na kaya kasawing inakit. Kanayak ti. Tuwang natulog yun na kayang nitiatok sa oyon. Ami sualong nita ko katang natok sa awat tasulisi ba nagsaon nato may. Kinaw yatok sa 30,000 ni mataasa ng bataw si mayuta ko nung ato ka ngayon. Ministano na lingning ka mamalaga ng maon. Kinaw yatok sa ilagay ako tig sa kalagtiw kalawatan limano kanayak tiyo nato noon. Amalo. Nuwang natiyo alagibing ni kanayak tiit. Nunaling nito. Amisuuyunnertuminalang mataanuvangnartualerilartuut taimainningannu iqqanayaaqsai 8ngunnaartuun tukuliurutaunnaartuun naniinniaqaluarmangaataaquyinami apeqquluksait attarnaartuleganermu inungni malagalertiitabaatsaming quyinami iqqanayarvinga qattiriup pingayuanniaq aagumiilermataa iksibautaa unikkaarvioqattaqulauqaluaraki gavamakkuwa ulataunanginni kavatimayeralaangulluta unikkaarviulaorsimanginnatasule
Members,
malikalertiulluta sivullermi qatsiteikani eqqanayasuunguva qattirivikkunni ammalo pileqataqarunnarning iksivautaa minilingni eqqanayarviuyuni
really good balance.
nalimugitsiartualuiyareaqarmata qanuileuqattarningi ammalo tusaumatitauqattarningin nangmineqartuiyu eqqanayarviin taakkuatukusiyumattarakkiin quyinami ministaamaakakkunnuun qawinasugnaartavuut qanga un'ermanga aammalu angumangitaalugigattiguu kiina uyiillu atortuksai nunalingniavictorsimaniuyuni angertaulluta eqqanayarvikkusinnu tukusinartigaakkannerunnartaqaluavuun quyinami Mr. Minister aulattivingmi pingasuut ammalum Miss Thompson oqaqqauyu tallima ullute qattiriyo qattauyu victorsimaninginni eqqanayartiuyuun quyinami malagalertiitabaatsamuun quyinami iksibautaa tuavernartuleriyiit kiinau yaksaning tausimangmata qassiit kiinauyiit 35,823,000 nguyun qatsini ameakkoqarpisi kiinauyiit atuqattartassinni nunatsiarmi ammalu asianingaaqattartut nunalingni gavamalerenermu minister quyinaming
with the breakdown. As for the
avictortauqattarmata nunaliktigun kiutinniartaqatungileriaqa quyinaming sibautaa kiinoye qanuilinganingi oqausiuqattarmata kiinoyaleriikkunnu taqqitamaa kiinoye atorsimayavutuli titeqqangin pisimangin akkin
I don't have that detail with me.
maanauyu pisimakautiking itaalugiak iteikkuanaasautingin contract ileriyun malagalertiitabaatsamun nutaarniapequliksaqarmiyunga quyinaming malagalerti great slave moon quyinaming takullugeet 911 mooqaalatutiksait 500,000 nimmata tukisimayakkut akilertugalaagut auqattarningin inungnu 911 qarutauyunu piiterautinuun akituyuksauqmingmatannunatsiarmiunu akiqaitnalangayu illiu baluuniin piirtauqataqumaarpaakingin suliyo tamanna takunakpallialertavuut pingasuni aqqaaguuyuni akittuqaartautailimalaumatta kisiani atortauqattarninginni akiliitittituin aqattaqumalluta isimaqarpallialermiyugun quyinami katimayaqalaanuuterutauyunnarniarpaa aaqittaulaunginningani quyinami Malagalti grade slave mon kayo na maing. Isa malo tao yo sa yung mga kakatiri noon. Yung kanayag sa kalwa katang ningin. Yung knife on nang ano kalakaw yo. Kanuling ang laking ning. Akit uyutig sa epikote, ako na yun naksalo sumong mata sa nayaw yun nang ningin ni. Amalo, kilami yun naksa kawasak tao kat na sumong iba katiriyo yun nun. Kayo na may minister makamon, kayo na may contract yun, ako nagpalayo. Manaw yun, ayong nakot kat tao ning aning tamatumaam. Kayo na may great slave mon. Tako kanuile ko yung yalaw to pinasa ko siyo nung ane sa magilugit. Kamagiyaw katang miyo ilisiya kanayang mingin no tako kayo na may makakunon. Tamalong ang kiyo yung mangin na may kayak tiga no kiyo yaw tinataka. Kawi mapalok to iya ako lukalawasong Minister tung iling nga guru. Suliyok. Sibulit yung katang mata kinaktit. Amalo. Nunat siya gawa makungin. Ikayo katang ilut ipiya kaya kakangaming. Minister yung tungiling alun na yung kakunak pa. Akikiligay tao yun nang ningin niya. Kaya namin. Minister, no naling niga mamalaki ng mon. Mamaya na kiyo na sa unang taka. Kawin mangin na makiujutik sa imahan ipin sa mangin akin. Malagalati great slave mon. Tukisi sa kain ng sasong magamaw kalimagag sa kauta. Takulog imakag ko kakitaw yako takunakbengan. Kamanang mata, kanuhiling aningin. Tay may ning ano yuksaw yung nalunak po, kanutukuliw tao yun ang ningin. Ministaw yung tumulakayaw yung lunin. At natulakay ko kanuhiling ayun ay maligakapato agatigon. Tumulakay yung ano, kamagiyaw lawli. At ang natulakay ko, timikotigiyaw katang mata, awlati uluti, ito ang natulakay ng mamaligalaki ng ming. Ang malokano ilaw tigsait, nunaling ni kapamalaki ng moon. 911 laki ng moon, ito ang natulakay ng mulo, nunat siya kapamakawin no, awlati awag tuning. Ikayo teo hatang matapilo at tumino na ling ni. Gaba magiyaw yun ni, ikayo teo yakakakang aming. Tuwabang natulakan ng ming. Kaya na ming, malagalaw ti, great slave. Apiro yung malang miyo nga. Okay, tato may sapun na tikot. Ukalagot na iligama. Kaya na may tusagak sa taat sa mga kiwi o tinatak kaya na may pilir ikatikasud ikanayak tivut at ang natuloy ko ikanayak tit Canada sa punak tikungin ninyo na siyang may ilaw katang mata Inu'Unik suli. Ayaw na si mapag-iraw ng ni. Ayaw na sa katang mata. Ayaw na sa tao katang mata. Ang malukado dya katig ayuk sutik. Ulo kaya na ito katuin na kaya lingnik. Pila katigi mataekan ayatiyo yun. Tako na nga pidyo kato ni anjige ngitiyo yun na kayo na may maligalil ti great slave mon. O kakatigi kata kasi at ang natuligayin eh katima ikalaw ta kaya kakasuilir tasi. Ima nuta may kanayang bekalir tilo ta. Tu aveng natuligayin lo sila asi jo pala nga nun sakay pala tu inatiluit. Nunay lo kawi mayawang itum akakunon. Ikanayang bingan ni at ang natuligayin ko kay takunakon natu tamakwataw kamagiyaw wala yun ng mga ta. At ang natuligayin ko manaaga. At ang tautiakan na rin ng mga tayo kanayang biktin ni Inuktitut gabamauluta. Kayo namin maligalil ti great slave mo kayo namin. At yigingit siya makitangin na ukakto yaki lang may yakakiw yaw kama. Ilan ikaw takanak si siya katakat si ayungin na kahit ako sa pilirang kami, ayulit ako, pitakangin na kahit ako, ay may liwalo, yakto palo, lakang at takanat siyang mata. Tako na kaya kakalawa kasi sunapi unak pa ang mga tayo no kuritin no, kayo namin, minister, nunalingning, abang malaga ng mon. O kausik saya, pikurik saya at ang natulaga ng mon, hair ang nanganon. Kayo na may si bata. Iglulagay ng may maliga katuyangin at maliga kalaw si mata kalawang na utalunin. Asing iniktawato ng may mata. Ako mata kaya kang ningin no. Takunahon na pita. Maligang ning. Maliga katang nakpat. Ilang inni. Takunak tawale yung kang mga asingin ning. Ilisin nun. Tako katang si mga kalawang may gama. Yung kanayang vingan ning katiriyop. Kasi hani si Bunego. Tusaw maluwalawngin na maa. Yung kanaya ka kaya nga ni katiriyin kawim ako ng mata kanwili o katang mga ta. Maligalagilo tiyan basic kot. O makotilagayiga sa lilagayo katiriyin. Namang nga kaya nalo na katang mata. Kampaniyo yun. Kalunanin nga ito. Mao nga nga minalulit siya katang mata. Kinakot. Kawisak ito katang kalawang mga ta. Maligat tigoon. Kayo namin.
Minister of MACA.
That detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Guru.
Tumilagaya kayo namin. Kataga ng maligay ko alagi ko tinumaliga. Kaya makawataw hiya kang man. Nung natsagawa makungin, ang iot kakayakang na ang mga tahanutan ay maligalay na tangining. Katiriyik ko maligang ago kaya kang mga ta. Tukiliyo kaya kang ming mata. Nang minakaktiyo yulo, contractiyo yulo, kanuhilingan na ang mga ta. Maanaw yu, takuyak sa niktaw luti kakitaw yakot, sakit itaw law tugalo, takunaktaw vitin amalo. Ikayok takakata katiriyining. Maanaw yu aglay no kangim mata.
Orders are available to me.
Ikanayak bigsangin. Nang minakaktiw yun Api kodik sa kakviyon ertuk sa yun. Ukto tu sa ko malutik. Iglo ko tigiyaw yun umaliga katya kalawang mga ta ko yun na may iksibaw taang. Tagbuo na, uy man ako tao alaing matagbuo na. Katiriyikot, ikanayang vingan ni maligangat, tanaw takok. Tako nagsuwa kano'y lewatang mga katiriyaw yo. Isa man ang mata kanong Pidyo ta kasungong ming mata sa nayaw si manangining. Nalingilo kampaniyo akaw ngiliw ko takang mga ata. Imailingal katang mata. Sana si Mayo liriyi. Pasiyak sa kutitaw yun nakatang mata. Katiriyo yo. Tuko si mayakot. Kau sa katang mata magkunangan. Kinapasiya o katapa, katiriyo yung lunin. Sana si Mayo liriyo yung lunin tabo na maligariyaw yun. Tukisi nang ngiti ang mata, kina kamayo tita katakalo ang mga maligatigot. Tukisi na kaya kakalo ang mata, o makotilarin, kaya sa leilarin, ikaw laktularin. Malikatang mata. Canada lima may iglo sana yaw si mati akat na kaya kamingin. Nunaling ni tamani yaw na may kati mayingin. Nang minakaw sa tikak palubak kaya kanok yang ko. Nalunak to alo kanok to daw ya kaya liw kalo taman na. Minister nunaling ni ka pamalaki ng maon. Tumilakayak. Ay lang. Maligalaw tiyo suliyo. Kawin mayugod. Piya ka tiyo along mata.
Make sure that our Assistant Fire Marshal
At tirayin o ikayo tiyo yun. Ilitariyaw yun lo kanayatiin. Kawin mayaka kaya kang mata. Contracted tikat na ko na ang mata. Kamayaw yun. Tako akaw yung matira kang mata. Kano'y liw tiyo ningin ako. Tukisi nang titaw tiyakan na kang mata. Ako si Makuluya alagun nirluteng. Kaya na may hay river ni Ganon. Kaya na may daan na akiw yaka kang nataka. Maligalaw ti hay river ni Ganon. Ang malobo na kamagiyaw yun na palay yun. Katiriyo yun. Ikanayang mingani. Ikanayang takatyang ituksaw yun. Kasi ani. Titakagasay sana yaw yun nasugay kang naming mata. Tay may liwluta kasi ani yaka katuyak to. Utak kitita uy alutuin na katatuksaw yun. Sana yung mayug aluan. Tamanin nun na tiyangme. Tuwang natuliriyin nun na may nun nakuotikon. Kinaw yan ay atuktuk sa naming mata. Kasi katak si Marivan. Nun naling niya kutikutang mo at ayon. Nun nalilo tamani Yellowknife me. Peter ayaw kataon ng matalino na ling ni. Kaya namin, noon na ling ni ka pamalaki ng mga minister. Tungilakano kiyaw tinata ka. Mamanaw kalwa kagulwat ang may. Nuwang ang Diyang ayaw tao katalaw man. Tuavang natuloy yun katimaya kalaliw kaloga pa magkunik gatuy katunig. Katimakatalaw si mayunig. Katimakataw nila tuksaw kibo kanokto tao yun na matatay ko nga manaw yun tayo mailingan nga manaw yung talimang mata nung nalin. Kinaw yung takatatu kinaw yung atok tuksaid. Ay tusaw takatang ning ining. Nun alingata sila tane ato natangin ito ko ngayon tuwang natuloy jutik sa ninyo na kotikon kayo namin. Maligalal tayo Hay River nag-anon kayo namin. Ilang ako takukubigit ako tikutak 1 at ang makotikutak mo 3 mo pingayon no Yellowknife mo tikiumayo mo. Pinanglokat tak matano na ko te solo ka te aluilo. Sukaliyo alo katak sutiglo ang iyo along neo siyon. Amma ikayo tao katak kaya kaming mata. Ako tikuta ako ningine. Ikayo takakon natitaw na yakpakay nanituin ng ingmining. Ikayo tiyo kataon na kuluwin nun ali ako tikuta akakton. Minister Makamon, nun aling niga pa malaka ng mon. Taan ang kinaw yalagay ko noon. Apakot daw yakakataw, kalaw takalang na apakot akakataman. Nun aling nilo, ikayo taka ko iyuya mataan na apikayo malo o kalaw takala ka ko iyuya kilo na kayo na may ataw na tulagin ng mon. Malagalil frame Lake Mountain.
Chair, so on the 911 program, what is the extra $540,000 actually for in 22-23? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
Turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. And Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you. That funding is for relief positions as well as costs related to things like standby, shift premiums, overtime for the existing 911 staff as well as the...
Man now yung 911 mo, kalabi yung katakto noon. Kayo namin. Malagalil frame Lake Mountain. Kayo namin sigaw tao. Tagwan ito na itakong iti ako. Takong iti ako. Kat sinipakata. Ang ako tamang 911 may akilitit na kataksuta ato inautit tinang mon. Ang ako kasaulat to na imakamak ning kayo na may sibaw tao. Minister na nalingnig ang malaka ng mo. Tingmalakaya ka na tunuya ka. Ang garo mo. Kayo naming 900,000, 930,000 initut. 911 may pitakaktit ng mga kilak-thousand. Ta ako hakilik sa kayawin na ako ng mata. Maanaw yo, kanakunang tao yaka akang mataman na. Akit to ka tao yaka akang nakasuwi, akilang to tao katatun. Taxi yak tao katatun. Akilang to yaka kakasuwi nginaki. Teko ato kaya lane, akiliti tao kata kaya lane. Ang katigiyagi million nginin mata asingin nulo pita kata katatut tan tungilagaya kanu kiwi outin na ako yun namin Kaya naming manaw yu pilarang wala yun. Akit to daw yun ang mga ata November 2022 mo piyak sa kayaw matakili utik sa'yo. Ato katato nun ama
Member for Frame Lake.
Kaya tao ko luit pilar excited ako nagtao lang may kutik. Kaya namin Kaya namin no naling ni ka malak na mo kiyo na suya kang natak ka. Malig alerti frame like mo. Minister ako lang nato ko sa yun no naling noon.
Report, or how's the public going to be engaged in this as well? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of MACA.
Yeah, I agree with the member, and this is something that we have talked about. But for the detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you. Yes, the intent would be to do some public engagement so that the public can understand what the project is and what the options are, and have an opportunity to provide their feedback. I don't have the exact timing on that, but it would be likely within the next couple months. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, okay, no, thanks for that.
Kaya namin kamariyaw ng ini tako nang nervisi kanga kiyaw yun ng mga ta amalo na magalawang mga ata ito ang nakutik sa nektaw yun kaya namin naling niga pamalaki ng mon ikaw isang taon na ito tamang ko.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I look forward to getting more information about that. I just want to turn over the page now to ground ambulance and highway rescue. And, you know, in a former life, I was a Yellowknife City Councilor, and, you know, I'm not sure this funding has actually changed.
Oko akino ye atok tuk sa kisiani asit jota huting 2006 may nunaling ni Yellowknife may katimayini katimayon longa Peter ay katadya ako nang nakailang mata Ingram Trail may ayaw nang ninga nang pivale yun nang ninga taman na kingawa ko tao yun iglo ko siya lo kinayak sa ni mamaya nakanuklo makuapang na tao jumi yun nakpato avang naktuloy jutik sa ito ka nga ter jumi lotik kanoy lew tao yumayon nun kaya namin.
Thank you. Prior to the onset of the COVID pandemic, there was interdepartmental committee made up of justice, infrastructure, worker safety, health, and MACA to look at how we can better build capacity around the ground ambulance and highway rescue services function. As part of that, the GNWT did commission a study. This was, I believe, in 2018, 2019, to look at the operating environment and look at an acceptable delivery model. What would that look like? That study did look at communities, those providing the mature services, so the 5 communities that are currently involved.
Take ko at limo yun nun ali lagayaw yun. Ato natang inita ko na kunang nang mata. Adjigin ito na ing Nunatsea gava makungagot o balone nunaling ni gava mangagot. Ming minikina o yan ato ko mayaman isa katiti yung nakot iglonin. 2009 ngutilo o sa katitaw lao mataw ni Kalen. Ugwang na lao to. Sanang bataw to inakay na lao man. Nuwang na diyo apit diyo tao ni nga no ayulang mata. Neriyo ko nertiyo ko kisiyan itamaan eh. 4 to 6 takyo nertiyo ni kisiyan eh. Yung kanayang bilimaan. Katigon na sila sa kayang mata. Kaya na may malagalaw ti frame late moon. Kaya na may iksibaw tao. Gaba magiyabo ako ti kutali yung kalong mata yung ngitiatut. Wati mo ti kayo malutong ngitiming. Ako siyo tiwala wakalo aso titikiyo ti bang ngitiyo na inunaligno kanole. Kaya na may iksibaw tao. Kaya na may
Are there any further questions?
apikodiksait malagalaw ti tunad wala de. Kaya na may iksibaw tao. Apikodiksama ko. Iglulagay jo ako, kanaya katigiyaw mata, nunatsang meulo, nunavang meulo. Teko, sumagilugay nunalit. Nang minakakbiyo yun eh. Tama nila 50 ba ay 100 ajiging mata, yellow knife moon. Nuna mo pigiyaw yo, alla nuna pigiyaw ning inte, mailing agiluting. Iglumod, ajiging ito na nuna kaon na sungong mata. Katiriyikot, amalo katirote ako misilami. Pitakakon nang ningi, pitakakon nang ningilo. Ajiging iming mata. Nunaling nita ko si mayak ka ni. Katiraya ka agilutaki to tao lang ito na isa man ang mata. Nunaling ni kinayalirbik sana pero sana yaw yung natut. Nunaling ni dilaw milo, dada milo, o kautiyaw kata katilriyik ko noon. 40 kaya katamningin niya tao sa iglaw tiyawak. 50 by 100 nguhutik. Ujok tute ako matak ko nga makak ko at inaw ningin katiriyit sila mito katirutit. Kiglikang ningin, tuwang natulo, ikito kakayapa, nalengo yaka ka mangata. At igingin lutang may mata, kayo naman, temay to, Maligalaw ti ito na ti wala de. To something makik to, cute ti palong man. Kawi bali.
It's important, that
Kawi bali ka makiw ko ti iyak ning. Nunatsang may sibulir ti yun natin ning. Ang iyo ti yun nunaling ni. Maligang ni maliktaw kayo natin sanayaw si Matea. Kata kaya kaming iglo ko ti giyaw yun. Kangatuin na pilariga ang aming pilariga kinatangin ning. Tukusin natin ato na ititakakatang mata. Sana yaw si malanganingin, kanuiling alanganingin, pekuti ato tao langaningin, ikikutik-say, tamakwarlo yaloy. Tukiliw tao sungong mata ilagilog, katiriyikot, Temangani 1991 minin. Pilo ato may angak akayaw yun no iglo ko tigiyaw yun na eh. Iglo ay matiyaw katak si magmata. Tay may ning ano tungo fiun ang sa yaka katot. Pilo riviyo katak lutiglo. Pilo katigiyaw lutig katigiyikot. Ang kanina kanigito timakaelaw katak mata iglo ko tigiyaw yun. Kanaya tigiya si ilun na tiyang ni malagayaw yun o iglulaki ng mga maliktitaw katakali. Kaya namin yun nalingnig ang malaki ng moon. Ikayo te kami yun nalingnig katiriyinig. Tay kwataw kausak te katami yun. Tungiliriyak aw kakaw makaw matiksuloy kanayak biksak. Tay may man. Akakiyavo kinaw yatok say tay may lingan lote kuyo naming. Maligalilti tuna day wala day kuyo naming. Ministay pagsa o kala umapilaka ayaw ng inino naling ni kisiyane maling ni ako ta katiriye maligangin ning. Isa mga yaw yaka kamatan sana yaw si maningin ni. Nuna aling ni iglulaka yaw na ito ni pangnaw ta kasungong mata. 70 feet by 100 feet. Unga sige igaya kasungong mata. Dahil may lingat ito katang matalino na lito kahit gaba magayang ako yun na may nunaling ni gaba malaganaw. Nasa uting katsi unakay mga takaw yung mga ninakit. Tay may man isumalutaw yun tamakkuhang utilugit. Ito kasi nakapay katang nakto katiriyak ko maligalagay iglulaki ng mon kayo namin. Kaya na may apikurik sa hinuli mahatang natulakan ng mon. Takong inama awlatin ng mon 2022-2023 kinaoya at oktuksay 3,372,000 ang apisi kayo si Valene alang mayuot nunaling ni abikto si maningi awlataw yun nun 351 may ito kasi na ako tagsay 352, 353, 354. Apak ko tagsay. At ako tikulo at tayo siya. Kaya na may exivaw tayo na iPhone ng anoon. Pekutit, Peter outit. Pekutit yung alagayot 1.3 million may akito ka taong mata. Ito kasi titaw yun na pong tukagakayavot. Nunaling ni pekutit ka ako tigsay. Ang umayaw na kalawang mga takinaw yay tayo may lingaluting amalo kanun alaw tao takasungo kasi pekutili akayaw na ito na nunaling ni. Kaya na may nunaling na gawang malaka ng mon. Tungil yakan no kiwiyaw na makisiyan eh. Maliksugit. $5 million nito. 4.1 o balon ni 4.2 mitut. Tungilari akan no kiwiyaw tinarak ko kayo naming. Ino amis ako paleningin ni malakat tatun. Pang nautaw paleningin nun. Akit ko ataw na ako tik kinawayak sa negotik side. Nun aling nuto ka ngayon. Maligalilti katimaning ini 5 million ngini katatun. Ayok solo katakong misugin. Pila katigibak tawon nun aling ni gawa mo yun. tukusittiaqattaqulluga qanuileernittine ammaluaki tuluarikkudiksaunnasu unnaartuna qimeqqaarsuta qiyunaming minister ammaluumaannasaa kiinuileutiqarunnaarsila orattaa keisiikkunni.
They would like us to process or try to address moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. As the Minister knows, and I talked to him about, I submitted a written question setting out the funding gap by each community, because if you go and look, the last public information you can find is from the 2014 review. But I'm hoping the Minister could speak to the willingness of the department to find a way to publish this going forward by, each of the three categories for each of the communities, and perhaps even, just a bit of an explanation of how those numbers were calculated or how we got there. I'll note finding real-time figures and data for the deficit is very, very hard. Is there any work being done to make sure we publish this information going forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maka.
Thank you. No, there isn't anything right now. Thank you.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I sure hope the Minister answers my written question then. I guess, there's no secret that all municipalities across Canada are experiencing very tough pressures on their infrastructure, and it's no secret that we as a government are also doing that. I'll note there's a number of there's a number of massive kind of federal programmings funding community infrastructure right now. Some have different expiration dates, and quite a few of them flow through GNWT. Can the Minister speak to any kind of lobbying efforts or work we're doing with NWTAC and the communities and his federal counterparts to make sure that, the systemic issue of municipal infrastructure being underfunded is being addressed? Because if we're not going to make some progress here against the inflationary pressures, perhaps we can at least, work on things like gas tax and the community infrastructure bank and stuff like that. So can the Minister speak to any of the kind of asks we're making to the federal government? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maka.
So presently, when new funding comes out from the federal government, we're there trying to see if we can access it, we can help with the municipality. As I said previously, and I think the last question that the member asked, we did reach out to NWTAC. They've come up with a process that they're tri-territorially that they're talking about, and whether there's three different avenues that we're working on together collaboratively, and they are in the process of working with us, and there may be potential for the three territorial and ECs to meet with the three ministers on this, and then they're potentially reaching out to have conversations with the premiers on that. So this is a very live issue. We understand the challenges. People have heard the concerns on this floor here today and elsewhere. So we are working on it, and we are trying to address this difficult challenge. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I know the department, is reviewing the three policies, and I eventually understand we will update them. I get the kind of scale of that task and getting into the weeds of hundreds of millions of dollars and billions of dollars worth of infrastructure. But I'm just wondering, as part of that work, whether there is any desire to bring any of this into regulation or to bring it into contract with municipalities. I think there's a bit of a, I get that we don't want to bind future assemblies, but the way the municipal or the school funding formula as a contrast works, is much more predictable, and it's set out in regulation, and we know the DEAs know what they're going to get. And I think since we've come up with these new funding formulas, it's been a bit of a question mark about how and if we are ever going to close this gap. And if the reality is that we're just never going to close it, then I think we need to tell communities that, because capital planning takes 30 years, and they have to decide whether to pave roads or whether to switch to trucked water, or whether, to make very large decisions to stop building recreational infrastructure. So I'm just wondering if, as part of what is the timeline on reviewing all of these policies, and whether there's an effort to give it some predictability of what this looks like going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of MACA.
I'll start and then I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. So when we first started talking about it, we were talking 23-24. As I said in the House here, it's 22-23, so we'll be done this upcoming fiscal year. We are a year ahead of schedule. We are working on it. We are trying to address the challenges there. And for the second part of the question, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you. Yes, as the Minister said, we are updating all three of our large funding policies in 22-23. We do provide informal.
Nunaling ni gavamau yunon. Kino ye kanulingan na mga taakir tunay takigasaw na tunay. Amma kawitita ovagir kataktot. Gavamay tay kunang at say namin sunilig ni atukan na kulugit. Amma ajiging itutu yun nunaling ni kinaw yan atuktuk saning tukilihon ng migo sana yaulut atilir taulut iglo. Atuk taon ng mata nunaling ni gavamaw yunon. Making ligi at tao ko nagit. Nunavo gavamay kinaw yang atuktuk sa ikayusit tao kanik kangata. Kaya namin apik ko digsayo kausiksay. Nunaling niya Victor si mayo niya ulat kinamon. Malagalaw tita batcha mon. Kaya namin makong niya apik ko digsa kakama. 825,000. Kaya nguyaw tigsay. Pingo ako tigsay. Akituyutit o balon ni kanuili ngayon ako akinaw yain. Kaya namin nunaling ni malaki ng mon. Tungalaki ako nukiuyaw tinakak ko. Kaya namin ilang kinaw yay takwa. 352 mito magpikangan ni. Tugsaka ako tao kataktot. Tugsaka ako tao yun ay malakataktot. Kaya na may malagalaw tita batcha mon. Taan na tukakakto. Ukto kinakutuin na inunalit. Kinatuin na inunalit. O balo niya Victor si maninga. Tunisi yun natutuk sa kao timining. Pingwato laki ng mon. Pidyo na kapto na kaya na may. Kaya nguyaw tiyan nag-iunin. Kaya na may. Tay may ito. Kaya na may. Malagalaw tayo tabatsa mon. Iksibaw ta amma. Makutuk ko bakalaw at 2021 may 30,000 ning. Amma luta maniyak ako may atok-tuk sa nisunata ka kung neriluteng. Makukto ni piyo misay na kain na suungol luta. Subunik sa una tamisulir tiyo na ang mata. Sugami. Tuniyaw yak sa kangilan. Nunat siya may 22-23 may. Nunaling ni kamamalaki ng mutong ilikayakan mo kay nataka. Minister utong ilinga guru. Kaya naming. Tana tau sir tau tu inasune tuniyak sak Kino yaksanik tao kayo itumakayo kataning mata. At yung itumi tuniyaw law si mayo ito man Malagalil tita ba at chamon. Makutunuto ka ngayon kayo tit. Sivulil tiksal si Ota Hatatut 2021 May. Nuvang nagyak mo yuksaw yok. 45,000 inakulong ni atulaw mata. Ang maluking unago 225,000 ulagiluti. Ame kulimangin niya kago ni tema ito. Nunalingnig ang mamalaki ng mon. Krinaming. Malagalilti, great slave mon. Krinaming. Kausap tiya kau imayolong matati da kako da katea mapiu yolong ning. Nunalingnig ang maniabat ilaki ng mon. Tuka ngayon akit tuka tao yukang nerman. Tama niya kago may. Kanupang naksimavisi. Awat ilaki ng muluan ako tao yun natuning. Pilak exite. Ang akirarey ko tao lakat ang mata nunaling ni nunatsab mga ba makungin ang malo. So natuli alog ni tunga vilid nunalid orso aluin na vinelong ni launin. Orso aluin ni tuin ang mata akta kaming mata nunatin ni. Pingasunig lunin nunaling ni kawi mayakakamatay may tuning. Ilitsili kano sa lumasay ni akpisitay ko na nga. Kinayatati daw ka na ron ng ilaata makuno nga. Kanayati daw yun nakuluwituk sa rautik ko. Sana si maluti. Contract ati daw yun nang nangyay ko yun namin. Tungilakaya ka noon. Ko yun namin. Mukaw si Valeg mata. Nang minakakutaw ilan ni ko. Nunaling mitun nakayakang mata. Overgood. Akin na sugi akasung uyo. Tamak ko nag-akaw ngili ako tao yun eh. Nunami utalari ko kausap tayo katang mata. Ulokan aray ko tayo tsara kang ningita makkoso ko si mayon. Temay ning teko akinaw yay. Nunaling ni kaba makunon. Toka nga katatut. Tagbo na akta ko ilagiyaw walaw ng mata. Temay man. Tamak ko ako luya. Ikinaw yata ako tiksao. Kata kaya ka mata. Nusta ako kaya tao na sulatut. Tamak ko ato aga kayawod. Kaya na may malagalil ti great slave mo. Ito kasi natatok tema. Ay vote ako kata sige ako tik. Akit to kaya natok sa yun. Kinaw yan. Amalo. Kinaw yung tatit ako kanang nakpaan. Kangata ko nakpa upang nautik sa kinaw yung tako tik sa noon. Kaya namin. Minista makakunon. Minista ako tungilingan kaya namin. Tamang may ato agait imak itiroit kuviyut pekotillo nunalingne tamang mekimakawataw lang mataato agangin manaw yung ammalo piyakertaw tinnasung nertavo kimakawataw ningin November, December, May kangan asuilak tuniyaw na ito katimayakalano kimakawataw na ang mata kaya makes about Iqartui vilerener soqortau semayulerener aaqigiartau qoyiner makuaqluyaw tillugin pilereariyaw yumayulluin migungalutek isimagillugit kenatau gapamanginneo qaqatiqarsima visikinaw yartaartitau kannerumaneo piqutilerener mo Hay River miuvallayoqinna imang misalo mangito takalaw mata maloy asidjurtao yakakalaw suti tekolo imertao tekakate ana yakaw tekakatik kano atortao yun nakpat amalo atortao yun nakpat yakatu ivikkoruti satuin asuglutekin o yan tungiliri yakakiyako tungiliri yaguro hinaming katimay nasungong mata maakakot. Kulering mata pilarari yang Canada o gaba makungin no pilarangong mayon. E kanayang vingin ni Canada o ang maluto sa titaw katang mayo o kausi uvaleningin ni. Tek ko kanoy leo taong mga ata Canada o gaba makungin nun. Kina yaksanig view yaka kasungong mata Canada o gaba makungin. Ilan niku katimakatiga katatavo ilan niku katimakatiga vangitavon. Kau ya makataw tin nakakakalwa kata kano ileo kataw tilakalwa mangata. Kaya na may malagalaw ti Great Slave. Kaya na may Minister ilitakayaw si maba. Kanolo asidjok ti givalener nunatser. Ilitakayaw si mangmangan. Kenataw ka ba manginon? Tuaver sukalayo along may, tuaver asidjok paliang manunatser. Taman na asidjok na pa 100% tingin nilo ni kinahayak na katang nahalakpan. Okay, tapos pa siyo nunariningan no Canada. Canada nga ba makong ilitak siya kaya kang matatamak ko at tuaviw taw kaya kang ningin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maka.
Yeah, I can tell the member in the House here, we've been...
Okaw na itong dakwa. Okaw surin na si Maya Kalawavo. Gawa mao katita kanayang vikuting inon. Agsuon na ako katak si Mang Manta. Upang okaw si uvalel ilaw to. Apirilaw mata kanuiling alalaw mga ata. Silaw si Jok paleaning anon. Kanolo aktor taw si Manelang mga ata. Kanolo pilakayang uvaleng mga ata. Dako pila kayo ningin noon. Ilin natin tawa uya akalaw mata. So, lo pingasuila ka ngayon mamaya na to. O kausiw kutakalo asut itaman imata. Te may lingatang mataman na yo. Ila o kate yu alaw kama kawi gayak tutoy na magsang nangik kuma. Tusanta hatang inata nilakaloakangata Canada gavamangin noon. Kamariyaw tu inarnarnakaakatang mata. O kausik sa tu inalawat ako yung naming. Nunalik ni gavamalaga ng moon. Kuyiliya ka. Takwa o kausiyo kata nilaw mata. Amiswil suta. PTF liriyot. Amaluto kasi naktitisimatiyatugod. Kano'y kayo tao yakakang nitin ni BC Ontario miunon. Tunga naktawalo katalaw matalitek ko agavamaw yun. Kayo namin. Maligalil tim antwim on. Avictor si mayon ay aulat tinang maon. Nunaling ni kinauyag sa nagtao katang ningin. Gavamay. Tabaniyak agame. Manaw yung. Asidya katang matakinaw yain. 49 lasi mayo. Kangatulagang nang. Kayo namin. Tungilaganot kayo namin. Kayo namin tungilagayagaro. Kayo namin suliyok. Akit daw ataw si mga ito. No naling niga pa malaga ng makinaw yain. Akit daw ang nato alot. No naling niga pa malaga ng makinaw yaksay tiliyaw yot. 4.167 million more now mata. 2021 me 2594 me lautut. Kinaw yakit sa titaw lolaw nang hinulag ataw si malutut. Tay may lingan nato nang. Tay may man. Tuniyaw nato malik tunay nung ning amisi unang iniw balon nin. Pikot ita akayakang ningin ning. Kaya na may minister noon aling ni kamamalaga ng mon. Kina ay alagay tining ato katatun asaw sa kayo ning. Taku yung mina kina ay alagay sa kapaktasi. Tekwa ilagay ako tekside. Kanoli 33 nun aling no ay tuktaw katapan. Kaya na may maka. Tungilagay ano kiyaw titawa. Kaya na may tungilagay agaro. Maka ko nun aling ni gavamain.
Including things like
Nasaw sa kakatang mata, jiging ito tining. Ilaling ni, no, amis unang ining, asing iniglo, kayo namin. Malagalal tim, antwoy mon. Imang tao ti, anak tao ti, ikayo ti, nunaling ni gavamaw yun eh. 19 in mata, kanole ay tiltawa nunaling noon. Kiuyaw ko yung akanoy tuktaw sa mga ata nunaling ng piyaw natin. Nunaling ni gaba malaga ng moon. Kinaw yalagid yuti, kinaw yaksaning niyang mon. Klicho miune, ato katatangin ne. Sa lumayo may makaun akakang mata. Kinaw yaksanik daw yakakang mata, tuwag sa nunaling ni. Tuwag natulaw mata man na. Pinanglog to kakto, alutilo, piusit o kakot. Ima itiroit, sa lumayo may makakalit. Tuwag natutaw ang ituli, nunaling ni tayo may doon. Medyo ko may piloto ming. Ang inakpangun lutin nun aling miutaw yuyaw na sila taan eh, kayo namin. Tungiliriakanut, Kuinami, Tungiliriagaro. Kuinaming, Tuavang natulirinang mo ikayudik sa katugot. Pimariw yun ni pinaglukto karanga tuavang natuning. Ang malubetso ko miyon. Taimailing alaong imata. Niriwiyaw law ngining anoon. Betso ko mi. Ami sulaw matay no aktor tao law tuvo na yung iman. Pijutigil ko. Kiyokata kaya kakata. Ikanayat talo law matatay ka ni ingmining. Kau imayitan ing tigiditi law matasana yaw kay law sutiglo. Kuya naming. Malagalaw tayo man for himon. Tuwavang natutigilaw at tiguli. Sulu ilo pa ako tirtaw si malute. Ako nasotuning. Sulu mikiyuti ang inaksaylo. Ako nagot. Ulo kaya ng tuwalong matatamak ko ay sumag-itsak ulit tuwavang nakayangin. Inuin. Anela ko ng mata, anela ko tigilang ang madyo. 50 akago ulaw si mayuni, kuviviuyo ulaw si magmata. Asbestos lalong may lupa ako tigluti lalong na kaya namin. Nunaling niga mamalaga ng mga minister. Apakorik saya singin. Hey, Reverend,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go to the line item there, senior citizens and disabled persons property tax relief. The community of Hay River has a large number of seniors, and one of the issues that came up was this tax relief program. And you know, they heard that I think that there was possibly going to be a review. And I think a lot of them, or some of them, took it to mean that it was going to be discontinued. And what I'd like, I guess, is for the minister to just explain to me, I guess, how this program works. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
For that detail, I'm going to turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you. This piece of legislation, it does provide that municipal taxation authorities can exempt a certain portion of either a senior citizen or a disabled person, can exempt a certain amount of their taxes. We have started a review of this legislation, and our intent had initially been to bring a legislative proposal forward during the life of this Assembly. We have delayed it until the 20th Assembly, but we have started work undertaking the review work to be prepared to advance this early in the life of the 20th Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess you know, the seniors, the ones I talked to, they're concerned that you know, there's a move to basically end this funding. So, you know, if such a decision was to be made, how would you know, what criteria would you be looking at to base something like that on? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
Thank you. I wouldn't want to speculate. Like, we are looking at bringing this forward in the next Assembly. So I don't want to speculate on what is or isn't happening with this. I think the member is asking me to see the future, and I don't know what's going to happen with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, they're going through a review process, and that's to figure out what's going to happen in the future. I'm not asking the minister to tell me what's going to happen in the future, but to just give me some idea of the criteria that's used to, you know, moving forward and how they're doing the review. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
Thank you. So he's asking for what the process is. I can get the Deputy Minister to provide that. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you. The NWTAC has passed resolutions at their annual General Assembly or their annual general meeting to ask MACA to examine this piece of legislation, given that it is out of date and it hasn't been comprehensively reviewed. So that's one factor we're looking at. We're looking at the resolutions that they've passed. And, you know, the legislation is out of date and it does need to be modernized. The other aspect we're looking at is just over time, there have been some administrative processes both in the GNWT and by municipal governments where the program may not be, you know, the high elements of the program are being delivered consistently in every community, but there may be some small differences that have just emerged over time in how the programs are administered. So we want to just make sure that that is all cleaned up and that everybody delivering the program is delivering it the same way across the territory. So those are the main elements of the review, really just to modernize it and just to ensure consistency in application. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, in looking at the policy and the way it rolls out, is that, you know, there's a flaw in there in the sense that if you have a couple and one's 65 years and over and the other one's younger, they're forced, if they want to use that tax relief program, the only way they could do it is for one person, the younger one, to be removed from title, which is interesting, because if for some reason one of them passed away, then, you know, they're put in a position where the house has to probably go through probate versus just going through straight survivorship, and, you know, there's at a cost to that as well. So, you know, as I'm hoping that you know, that's something that through this process that's considered, because all it is that, you know, we're forcing them to do something that they shouldn't have to do. It just doesn't make sense to me, because, you know, if you got a couple, they're a couple, and that's it, whether one's 65 and the other one's younger. So is that something that would be looked at as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
Totally agree with them, yes.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go to the infrastructure, community infrastructure gap as well. You know, when I look at it and, you know, and I think about how we're ever going to close it, it sounds like we're not going to be looking to the feds really to provide any support, and it sounds like the department doesn't really think that the feds can provide the support that's required. But I find it, I guess it's unreasonable to place that burden on taxpayers when in the north here, it's bad enough that the cost of living is high, and it's only going to get higher as we go along here. So somehow we've got to pay for it. So I guess I'd ask the minister, you know, what is it? Like, we've been working at this for a while, and I'd like to know, you know, do we have any solutions in sight? Is there anything that you can see? Is there anything that, you know, that's come across your table that you can point to and say, yeah, this here might work to close that gap? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
Thank you. Yeah. So, as I said previously here in this House here today, we've had a meeting with NWTAC. We have a number of ideas that NWTAC has brought to us, and we are working with them on these ideas. This is potentially could resolve this funding gap challenge that we are facing, and we are working on that with NWTAC on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, and I'm glad that, you know, that's happening, and you know, I just wanted him to, you know, come and say that again so people hear it. And, you know, we need to look at you know, people like to see timelines. because we're always, well, we're working on it, but, you know, we come up with something and you know, it probably won't happen this assembly. Maybe it'll happen next one, the one after that. I don't know. But I think that what's going to happen here is we're just going to see that gap ever increasing, and you know, it's going to take, I think, everybody to come up with a solution for it. And my solution is always go to the feds and try and get them to, you know, pay for it. But you know. So it's just a comment there on that one. I just want to see it, you know, closed as quickly as possible. And just one more comment as well. You know, if we all, you know, we talk about it as part of mandate items, and when we sit on this side, we don't have to tell cabinet that we want 5,000 or we want 10,000 in there. I'm sure that they're smart enough on that side to realize that's what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we're going to take a short recess. I now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we are on Municipal and Community Affairs Regional Operations. Any further questions under that department from members? Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to take a look on under grants of lieu and taxes. I just want to make a couple comments, and I'll try to keep it short best possible. I just want to mention that as the new MLA for Trinidad-Willowday riding, I also come from a background of being the chief of the Yellowstone First Nation and the Quechua Territory Government. And also, I just want to mention on some of the feedback I've been getting back from my constituents in regards to taxation. And I just want to talk about two things, or a couple of things, I guess. One is the honor of the Crown. And when we say that is when the treaty was made in 1900, July 25th. In that treaty, that talked about there be no imposition of tax of any kind, and it didn't say in the Commissioner's report whether you had to be on reserve or not. It was very clear that there'd be no imposition of tax, and so later on. The 1967, the Territorial Council was created, and we call it the NWT Act that governs what we have here today. And since devolution in 2014, it gave the territorial government greater control over lands and federal lands in the Northwest Territories. But the thing is that in our riding, and our constituents are bringing to my attention that, you know, we got cabin owners that are being taxed, and they're deeply concerned about that. But yet, at the same time, I'm not sure how the MACA is working with the other department that's working on the claims for the GWT at the main table discussion with the Quechua Territory Government and the NWT Métis Nation. Regardless, you know, there is a process already in place, and some of my constituent members are very concerned that the taxation of their cabins and that kind of thing is a concern to them. So I'm not really sure how or where MACA is in terms of trying to get this thing resolved, but what I would like to see is if that issue could be either looked at or put on hold until the resolution of these outstanding claims are done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Decho. I think that taxation goes under the Department of Lands. Sorry, Minister Maca.
Yeah, so what the member's talking about is very much about finance and lands. So I can tell you right now what is happening. We've been working with our Indigenous governments. If you want to get, if it's rights-based cabin, all you need to do is reach out to their organizations or the Department of Lands. So if they want to go through their band or their municipal governments, they go through that. And if they, or they can reach out to the regional office and tell them it's a rights-based cabin. We've had the same thing for whether it's all Indigenous governments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Madam Chair, that answers my questions because, I mean, there is a process in place, but that's the avenue to address this issue. That'd be great. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowday. All right, so if there's no further questions under regional operations, Municipal and Community Affairs, Regional Operations, 2022-2023 main estimates, $102,915,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will now turn to page 355 356 with information items on 357 and 358. Municipal and Community Affairs, School of Community Governance. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 356, there's an allocation of the program management of $1,072,000, and the training programs itself is 1.883 million. You know, the allocation of training in that program seems, I mean, it takes 1 million of program management for 1.8. It just doesn't, the balance doesn't seem quite right. So I just want an explanation on why you have to have such a large program management for a course, for training programs for 1.8 million. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you. The funding in place for program management is for both headquarter and regional positions. So the School of Community Government has 8 positions, 3 that are physically located in headquarters and 5 that are physically located in the regions. But all of the regional staff do report into headquarters, which is different than you'll see our regional operations staff. So all of their salary and O&M is in that one line, which is where that figure comes from. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when you go down a little bit further, so the 886,000 in contract services, I assume that's part of the training program. Is that training done by Northerners, or is someone brought in from a Southern entity? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
So Northerners, we try to get as many Northerners to do the job where possible. If there's an expertise out there that we don't have in the north, then we go down south. But our first priority has always been get Northerners to train Northerners. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
This is a really important part in the in community governments, especially in small communities, and I know that we're going to a polytechnic university very short in the future, and hopefully in the next year or so. I guess I'm kind of wondering, what is the oversight on these training programs? Because that is really important with the governance within the communities. Many times we run into, you always hear in the news that, oh, there's been deficiencies and all this, in this such and such a community, there's an investigation going on and all these things. And, you know, sometimes when you have outside forces that are training the people that are going to be running these community governments, it's questionable. Yeah, you have to be, you have to know the community, and you have to be from the north in order to for this to be successful. So I'm kind of wondering on the oversight of this program. And with that, I just, you know, this morning I had a discussion somewhere else in a different committee, and I was questioning that because it came up for some reason. And with the new polytechnic concept coming on board, in most places in all communities, they have learning centers in all communities, and with the oversight of doing this properly, I just thought that this money would be better spent within the Polytechnic University, and it's just something to think about because of all, you know, then there'd be a unified place, and the training and delivery would be, we would have oversight on it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
Yeah, so when the School of Community Government got developed, it was to help the communities. When it was with the the college, in that the problem was is that it didn't meet the needs of the communities. So these programs that we developed were for the communities. They did have a committee, an evaluation committee that looks at it in that there. So, but for further detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you. I don't have much more to add to what the minister said, but there are a series of technical committees that provide administrative oversight and to help with the curriculum offered by the school. So that's how we do the that ensuring those technical requirements are there and that the staff actually delivering the training to community governments has the proper technical background. Thank you.
Member for Tabacha, anything further?
Question, does the School of Community Government also offer the governance process with the leaders that are elected? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Minister of Maka?
Yes, they do.
Thank you. Thank you. School of Community Government. Questions? Member for Great Slave?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at the website for the A Brilliant North program, and I note that it was the action plan was developed in 2010, and a lot of the targets and such are from around that time. So I'm just curious to know what the $565,000, what sort of phase or stage of this project is it in? Is it just continuing on with the work that Brilliant North did, or is there a new action plan since 2010? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maka.
For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you. Actually, there are discussions happening right now between us and the local government administrators of the NWT to determine is the action plan that we've been using all along, is it something we need to revisit, or are we happy with it, or do we need a new one? So those discussions are ongoing right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you for that. I'm glad to hear that. It seems, and I'm going to actually dive further into this action plan later so I can get more details on it, but it seems like a good thing. We've heard the department mention Algant a couple times now, which is the local government administrators of the NWT, and I know it's part of a national body. Can, excuse me, the minister of the department speak to like how many people are in Algant here in the north? Like how does that work? It's like a third-party NGO type scenario? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maka.
Detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you. So MACA primarily deals with two organizations. One is the NWT Association of Communities, which is the group that represents mayors and chiefs, and the administrators group is the equivalent, except at the senior administrative band manager level. So I deal a lot with Algant, bureaucrat to bureaucrat, versus the minister dealing with the NWTAC at the political level. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. I think I knew that at some point in time and then sort of had this other vision because Algant was always putting on, or had for a while put on sort of events in the north. There was a fun disaster relief training one where everyone had to get together and figure out what, I think it came about because we were talking about a berm around Yellowknife if there'd been a fire. So I'm just curious to know, is there more of that type of thing being done with Algant? It seemed like a great opportunity, because then it's not just them getting together in the scenario of like always talking about necessarily work, but almost forming a collegiate group of some sorts. So I don't really know if I'm framing that right, but maybe I see the DM nodding and hopefully she understands what I'm getting at. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maka.
For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Guru.
Yes, so Algant has an annual general meeting annually, and they do offer training. and their training is really geared to, LGANT is really focused on supporting communities to recruit and train and retain their community government staff, and sometimes focused really on those key administrative positions, so the senior administrative officer, the BAM manager, or the director of corporate, or the director of finance, those positions. And the they really are about building public service capacity at the community government level, and they often frequently do get together and provide training to their membership or meet on areas of common interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I guess in my former life, I had a lot more experience dealing with the NWTAC versus LGANT, so I'm more familiar with what they do. And I know that the NWTAC has provided technical advice in some ways to the department, specifically around infrastructure, aging infrastructure, permafrost melt, etc. I can't think of an area where we would need actually to be increasing those resources, and I'm wondering, what the department is doing to support the NWTAC in building out those types of resources and succession planning. I can think of some key people involved there that, should they decide to not continue on, a huge amount of wealth and knowledge and networking, because I know, like I said, they've always worked really well with NAPAG and the engineers, so maybe the minister or the deputy minister could speak to that. Thank you.
Deputy Minister of MACA. Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so MACA deals very closely with both LGANT and NWTAC. We do core fund both organizations, and they are very concerned with issues such as succession planning at community governments, but also for their own organizations. And it's I'm not sure what plans they have, but I'm assuming that they would have those plans in place for succession planning. But they are both organizations really do work to represent the interests of community governments, and work very closely with MACA on a wide variety of projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you for that. And again, sometimes I realize I probably should know how some of these things work, but there's a lot of details floating around in my head. I guess I'm wondering if perhaps through the minister and the department, excuse me, that we could maybe have I hate to say this to my colleagues, but a briefing or have a meeting with both of these community organizations in order more, because I know we've had them come and present to specific committees on certain items, but I think for me, it would be useful to understand them as an organization in a whole, or how they interact and where their wants and needs are as another sort of stakeholder in the game that we don't really have a lot of access to. And because we don't sit on any of the intergovernmental councils, for us to meet those types of people and hear from them could maybe be difficult, or they're not aware that we're looking for information. So maybe if the minister could speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of MACA.
Thank you. If committee wants that, yeah, we're more than willing to work with committee and NWTAC and LGAT. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Oh, Minister.
We still have 3 presentations to committee that we still haven't scheduled yet. So I apologize. I just want to make sure people are aware that we have 3 that we're trying to get done. Thank you.
Thank you. You hear that, member for Yellowknife North? Member for Great Slave.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. And I don't think that this would be one of those ones that I would even say needs to be done before the next session or anything. So maybe something more just on the radar, or even perhaps information provided to those, if they're not already aware, to those groups that of the feedback loop to the standing committee, so that they are maybe more aware that they have a role or an avenue in which they can approach us to provide information. And I think sometimes, I just say that in general, a lot of people don't know that they could reach out to a committee clerk and provide information on any topic they want. So I think this would be 2 good organizations to target with that kind of messaging. Thank you.
Thank you, member. No further questions? School of Community Governments, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, I would also like to apologize. I'll get a hold of the minister and we'll schedule those briefings as soon as possible. I'm looking at the contract services budget here, and I'll note that last fiscal's actuals, we spent $97,000 out of $886, about 10% of the budget. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that's because that was COVID and we didn't deliver a lot of the School of Government programming in person as we intended. Can the minister just tell us about this upcoming fiscal and whether we're going to spend all of that contract services money? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister of Maca.
Yeah, so the member is correct. Because of COVID, we tried to do things online and that, and some of the biggest challenges is people like in-person meetings, hands-on. So yeah, we feel that we're going to be able to achieve what we said that amount of money moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. School of Community Government. All right, no more further questions. So Municipal and Community Affairs, School of Community Government, Operation Expenditure Summary, 2022-2023 main estimates, $2,955,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We'll now move on to Municipal and Community Affairs, Sports and Recreation, Youth. On page 360 with information items on 361, 362, and 363. Are there any questions? Seeing no questions. Oh, member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I know that this activity is usually near and dear to the heart of the minister, but it's the only activity within MACA that we actually see a decline in funding over time. You look at 2021 and to 2022, 23, and it's a decline of money. Maybe there might have been some bump up for COVID, I don't know, but this activity, the money's actually declining. Can I get an explanation for that? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
Yeah, so if you look at it, COVID relief was $1.8 million. It's not being available moving forward. So that's where our numbers are. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, okay, when I look at page 361, I can see the COVID relief funding for 2020, 21, but there's nothing after that. So, why, then I'm going to go back now to page 360, and, the main estimates for 21, 22, 5.507 million, and then for 22, 23, 5.38 million. Why is there still a decline, even though the COVID relief money is not being, there's none in last year or in 22, 23? Why is this declining? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
Thank you. For detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you. So the figures on page 360 show the full details of this activity, so the compensation, the O&M, and the grants and contributions, versus page 361 just shows the grants and contributions. So it doesn't include the salary and O&M. And as the minister pointed out, the 2021 actuals include that one-time almost $2 million from Canada. So that's the major change in funding, was that one-time funding we received and it shows up in the prior year actuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks. Maybe I'll take another try at this. Okay, so there are staff presumably in this activity, and I'm just going to turn the page over 7. So I would have thought that there would be at least a collective agreement increase. But what we actually see is the budget for this activity actually going down at a time when a collective agreement increase should be here. So where's that money being found? And why is it this activity getting less money in 22-23 than the year before? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
Sorry. So I'm looking at the budget here in the 22-23 main estimates. We have 5.38, and under the revised one was 5.342. So we've seen an increase of 38 from the revised budget. So, but for that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Maybe I'm missing something. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Garu.
Thank you. So the change from the 21-22 main estimates to the 22-23 main estimates, so going from that 5.507 million to the 5.380 million, is a combination of collective agreement increases, but there was also a budget reduction applied in this activity for the travel reductions. So there was a total reduction, I believe it's around $160,000 in travel in this activity. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Well, I guess I just will put on the record that it's disappointing to see a decline in funding for sport, recreation, and youth from what we had in our main estimates last year compared to what we're going to do in 22-23. At the same time that there should have been a collective agreement increase, we're spending less money on sport, recreation, and youth. And I just don't think that that sends out a good signal. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Member for Cam Lake.
Much, Madam Chair. Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd like to echo what my colleague for Frame Lake is saying. These are our mental wellness dollars right here, especially for small communities that may not have access to the same facilities or same programs here in Yellowknife. And just in reference to the travel dollars or travel restrictions that have gone down, I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to the impact of the reduction of those travel dollars and what travel was reduced from this key activity. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
Detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Garu.
Thank you. So this activity does show a total collective agreement increase of $38,000 in the compensation and benefits line. The budget for travel in this activity has decreased by, I believe it's $165,000. And we, so you'll see it went from $456,000 in 21-22 main estimates to $291,000 in 22-23 main estimates. So this is a going forward budget reduction. In terms of the impact of that, the staff are having an in-person meeting, the Sport Rec and Youth staff are having an in-person meeting in April to start doing their work planning and to plan on how they're going to continue to deliver the services that we've historically provided. You know, COVID has shown that we can do some of our meetings virtually. However, the priority will be on the travel, the regional travel, to be able to continue to, you know, to help get back in the communities and help and start getting going again on our sport rec youth activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my concern is that the intent of travel reductions were to, I guess, remove dollars from a budget item for southern travel, not for northern travel. And so my concern is a greater impact in the north here, and we always understood that there was still going to be some travel needs, especially travel needs that were required for access to programs and services for youth. And so my question is, does this have an impact on the ability of children or youth in the territory to travel for sport? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
No. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate that very clear and concise answer. My next question is in regards to multi-sport games, which we see had actuals of $650 and then is no longer in the budget. I'm wondering, given that it was funding to support NWT or Team NWT participation in major sporting events, is that removed because it's not an Arctic Winter Games year? Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Minister Maka.
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you. That $650,000 in 2021 actuals for multi-sport games has actually just been restated. That funding for that purpose has been moved to the Physical Activity and Sport Fund, and it's the actual that it's been moved to the Lottery Fund, and that's actually where the multi-sport games are funded out of since the fund was created. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just want to as well echo what my colleagues from Yellowknife had said, is that, and you know, these are mental health dollars as far as I'm concerned as well. You know, we're coming out of a pandemic, and you know, we know that there's issues out there, and you know, when I look at this COVID relief funding, and you know, it's not there anymore, and now is when we actually need it to you know, promote sports and get people back you know, playing hockey, skiing, you know, jogging, whatever, biking, you name it. And you know, this money here, you know, it's not a lot, but it goes a long ways. It impacts education, it impacts health, and you know, it builds self-esteem. It does all those things. And for some reason, we sort of put it on the back burner, and I'm not sure why that is. Maybe it's because most of us are older and we're live this, you know, a quiet and lifestyle, and you know, don't see exercise as important, but it is. So I would just, you know, I'm just going to make a comment here too. So, and I don't need any answers or anything. I just want to make sure that the department knows how important you know, sports, recreation, and youth are, and I know the minister knows that already. And I would just like them to you know, give it a little bit more emphasis, and especially in the like in the small communities where there's not a lot to do, and we got to make sure that, you know, they have access to what we take for granted in, you know, in Yellowknife and Hay River and Fort Simpson and the big communities. Like, you know, we got some nice facilities there. You know, we've got a lot more people to volunteer, and whereas the smaller communities, they don't have that luxury. So I think that, you know, when we're looking at these numbers, we got to remember all that, and just the impact that it has on the lives of people that we're trying to. Those are the people that we're trying to, you know, to set on a path of where they're going to take over from us. They're going to be the school teachers. They're going to be the tradespeople and lawyers, doctors, you name it. So. Yeah, so more of a comment, and I know the minister is, I don't have to preach to the converted, so thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
At risk of sounding like a broken record, I do echo my colleagues' comments around the importance of sport. I know I played sport a lot as a child, various ones, and I can't stress the importance of it. I do have a question, though, besides just saying how wonderful all this is. I note that in the that we have the non-government Organization Stabilization Fund, and we see this one. We see a general one, and this one is one geared towards sports, youth, and rec. It hasn't had an increase over the last while, and I'm just wondering, would these organizations have been able to apply for the funding under the COVID relief funding? Is that why that number didn't rise in the 2020-21 to sort of help them with COVID? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
No.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
All right. Could the minister speak to what are those non-government organizations that are affected by the stabilization fund, and why did they need to see more funding during COVID and not get it? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
So for the groups that are non-GOs, it's application based. They apply. And we were able to give them funding. If the member is looking specifically for, I think she's looking for specifically the groups that access it, we can get you that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate that commitment from the minister. I would like to see those organizations. I've spoke often about how I think NGOs do better with their money than maybe some of the departments do. So this is an area where I hope that when we come back in a year that we are going to see more money here. And I guess then, though, the question is, before I ask you for more money for it, is this fund usually fully subscribed? Is it one that is undersubscribed, oversubscribed? Do we add more money as needed from other areas, or do we cap it? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
So my understanding from all of the briefings and that it's always been allocated every year. Is there a bigger demand than we have? Some years, yes. Some years we meet our needs with the money we have in there presently. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I mean, again, I'll just reiterate that I would support adding more money here in coming years, even now, but I know we're probably past that stage. How does this money work with other funding under, say, HSS for wellness and things? Can organizations access this pot, then access HSS pots, access housing pots? Are they able to pool that money, or is it pretty specific? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maca. Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Even though it was not a yes or no question, I think you were nodding yes to the earlier part, and I see you nodding now, so I appreciate that. Again, I look at some of this and I see funding, Get Active, NWT, not very much money. Is there a reason that we have to have these all sort of separated out like this? And I'm not advocating for less detail than people want, but if there's one pot and there's one application and there's one, it seems like maybe we could cut down on some of this administrative stuff because perhaps they all kind of are with the same goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Maca.
So these pots of monies were developed for specific projects and that, but we can go look back at this, but right now we have earmarked for certain projects that under each title, but we can go back and look at this. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, or member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess that this is sort of, again, one of those areas where I think we need to shift our thinking, and rather than having a pot of money because we want to make this type of organization be able to put on an event, that instead we looked at these kinds of pots of money of like, this is small community money, this is regional center money, this is Yellowknife money. Everybody knows up front what everybody's getting, and then we allow the organizations within that definition to then decide how they're spending their money themselves, whether that be an event, whether that be a sports meet. I don't really think the nature of the event really warrants a different administrative task, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think that is something that perhaps could ease some of the burden from particularly small communities of always having to apply for government money, or the onus being put back on them that, well, there's money out there, what do you mean you didn't get it? Like, you know, and again, I come back to it, this government being a little bit, it's difficult to find information, and you don't know what you don't know, and you can't ask questions that you don't know you should be asking sometimes. And I think we're burdening our small communities and our regional centres probably with unnecessary paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Member for Mafui.
I see there's 7 positions here that's for sports and recreations, active positions, and they're all located in headquarters. And there's 6 other regions. Any position is open, it's important for us, especially in the small communities in the regions where there's not too many employment. I think these positions, 7 positions, are like 1 for each regions here. There's 6 regions besides Yellowknife. Will be better utilized in the regions because it's working with youth, and we working with youth volunteers. I see the budget has increased, not much, but there's an increase in there. So is there any plan in the future to move those positions to the regions? Thank you.
Minister Maca.
Thank you. No, we have 5 regional positions out there. Well, we have 10 right now, but we're looking at relocating 5 to EMOs. But we have those positions out in the regions right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Montfouet.
Can he repeat that again?
Just wait for your mic, member from Montfouet. Minister, would you repeat your answer?
Okay, so no, we're not looking at relocating those 7 positions from headquarters, but we do have regional positions presently in the regional offices. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Like regional superintendent? I know there's 3 positions in Clitro region. What I'm talking about is the sports and recreation position is very important for many of the regions. Just like my colleague here, they talked about it, the importance to, especially for youth. And we need to keep our youth active and busy, so that they don't, get into trouble or, in the communities. So I think those positions, I believe that we should have more positions in the communities, in the regions, especially from this 7. I don't know what they do here, but there are 7 positions. I would like to see those positions being transferred to the regions. There's 6 regions besides headquarters. We can, they will be utilized well. They will be, and they're going to be working with the volunteers and youth, because I serve 4 communities, and some of my colleagues, they serve 4 or 5 communities as well. So I think I would like to see that in the future, that these positions that deals with youth and recreation and sports be transferred to the communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maca.
Thank you. So each region has a regional recreation development officer or position in the region. So North Slave has one, the South Slave has one, the Decho has one, the Sawtooth has one, and the Inuvik region has one. So we have regional positions out there that work with the youth and sport and rec positions. These are headquarters functions to do with territorial and national activities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member from Montfouet.
I just want to tell you again, Clitro region is not part of North Slave region. So there's nothing in Clitro region. I would like to see a position in Clitro region because we have four communities that we are representing. So I would like to change that, instead of North Slave, I would like to see one in North Slave region, in Clitro region, I mean. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister Maca.
So the position is out of Betchaco. It is in Betchaco and in that office there. So we had 2, but we're moving 1 to EMO. But the position is in out of Betchaco. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Montfouet.
Well, thank you. Well, I will follow up with that and check because I know there is a regional superintendent positions that's in the community. So, but there's nothing for the sports and recreation, and I know that we work with Yellowknife on that. So I'll follow up. I'll check. I'll talk to the Deputy Minister after. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions, member for Montfouille? Okay. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I cut off member for Great Slave. I didn't think she had a question. She still had a minute and a half left on the clock, so I'll give it back for a minute and a half to finish up her question on the regional, I think it was, so you can re-ask it again.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to actually reiterate the question I was asking. I don't have anything further after that. Is just that what would be the barriers, I'll frame it better, what would be the barriers to the options I suggested around changing the way the funding is set up? So is there a specific reason, say, from where the money is coming from federally, that we couldn't go to more of a model where it's small, community, regional center, Yellowknife? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Maka.
For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Guru.
Thank you. One of the barriers could potentially be just, there is quite a bit of demand for sport, rec, and youth funding, and even just the wide variety of activities that we're able to support with our budget. For example, like a high performance athlete and the funds that we provide for that purpose, like just even their training needs, is just so different from funding to communities to here's $10,000 for how you can help seniors get active. Like there's such a wide range of projects and types of events that we do fund through this. So we just want to ensure that we continue to fund those activities because communities have previously told us that that's what the activities that they would like supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, okay, I appreciate knowing the reasoning why before I kind of go down some charge that I shouldn't. So I do appreciate what the Deputy Minister is saying. And then I guess my question is just then when the stats are reported back to us, do we have that breakdown, small community, regional center versus, I see the DM nodding yes. So I will look for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, I'll call the page. Municipal and Community Affairs, Sports and Recreation, Operations Expenditure Summary 2022-2023. Main estimates, $5,380,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. There are further information items on the next 2 pages. Do any members have questions on those? Okay, well then I'm going to note the time. So noting the clock, members, I will now rise and report progress.
Order. May I please have the report? Oh, sorry. May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole member for Iniktitut Lakes?
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Bills 23, 29, 38, Minister Statement 202-19-2, Table Documents 561, 567, 578, 579-19-2, and would like to report progress. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
For Iniktitut Lakes, do we have a seconder? Member for Haverford North. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Madame Clerk, orders of the day.
Ordre du jour pour le mardi le 8 mars 2022, 13h30. Prière, déclaration de ministre, déclaration des députés, présentation de visiteurs dans la tribune, rapport du comité à la suite de l'étude du projet de loi, rapport du comité permanent et spéciaux, réponse aux questions orales, remerciements, questions orales, questions écrites, réponse aux questions écrites, réponse au discours d'ouverture de la commissaire, pétition, dépôt de documents, avis de motion, motion, avis de motion tendant à la première lecture du projet de loi, première lecture du projet de loi numéro 46, deuxième lecture du projet de loi, étude en comité plénier de projet de loi et d'autres affaires, projet de loi 23, 29 et 38, déclaration du ministre 202-19-2, document 561-19-2, document 567, document 578, document 579-19-2, rapport du comité plénier, troisième lecture du projet de loi, appel de l'ordre du jour.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Tuesday, March 8th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m.